Always remember, you can easily judge the character of a man by how he treats those who can do nothing for him. I'm saddened to report that the light at the end of the tunnel has been turned off due to budget cuts. My grandpa once told me, never marry a woman who is captain of the debate team. If I had a star for every time you brightened my day, I'd have a galaxy in my hand. Try that one sometime. Dogs have owners, cats have staff. If I had $1 for every girl that found me unattractive, they would eventually find me attractive. I'm seriously not sure if I lost my camouflage pants or if they're just doing a really good job. The top 3 situations that require a witness. Number 1, crimes. Number 2, accidents. And number 3, marriages. Think about it. Always borrow money from a pessimist. He won't expect it back. And I found that I'm the type of a guy who stops the microwave at 1 second just to feel like a bomb diffuser. And these are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, to the show. I hope you guys are doing well today. Hope you had a great week. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're at peace with the madness in this world. Some of it I'm going to show you today. I also hope you saw my brand new video. I just dropped a brand new video yesterday. So please go check it out. It's on all my platforms except for this one. Still not safe to run my videos on this platform. I got a little too used to it on my old YouTube channel, and, well, you see what happened with that. But I still hold out hope that someday that channel is going to come back, so we'll see. But please check out my new video, and I hope you enjoy it. Hope you learn something from it. Hope you share it with people, tell them about it, all that good stuff. As for this week, we got Uncensored coming up on Monday. And then this week, I'll be doing a show on Friday, for sure, here on YouTube, this coming Friday. I might do something else on Thursday also, I'm not sure. So I'll post that up after Monday's show sometime early in the week and let you guys know what the plan is. So you can attend, hopefully. So all that being said, Tamara, thanks so much for being here. Good to see you. And all of you coming in right now, we got people filing in. Single file line. Thank you very much, guys. Don't cut. No cutting allowed, but thank you so much for being appropriate. And I really, really appreciate you being here live. It's always great to have the crew here with us. And again, for those of you only on YouTube, don't forget, I got an uncensored show on Rumble. You should check out my Rumble channel. It's a KJOZBORNE. And that's where everything goes. You know, all my stuff goes there. Also, I got a BitChute channel under the same name, so please check those out. And if you didn't know I make original video content, I've been doing it for years. I started doing that before I did live shows. So it's one of the things I really love doing all these years. So please check it out, the new video. Thank you on that. Hope there's not a lot of background noise here or anything. Y'all could let me know in the chat if there is. It's my kind of weather today. It's low 60s, rainy, stormy, beautiful. So I got the door open with a cat trap out there on the porch to keep Chubbs trapped on the porch, which is fine. He likes to be outside out there, and he's sitting on a chair right now, and he's positioned to where he can stare directly at me through the doorway, and he is right now, as we speak. I don't know if dogs do that. I haven't owned a dog since I was a little boy. I've had cats for years, but cats do this, especially this one. Always watching, always watching. Anyway, I don't know what he's planning, but it seems like he's got something in mind. Either way, you guys, thanks for being here. Let's jump in. Plenty to get into today. Artificial intelligence. Sam's Club phasing out checkpoints or checkouts. Betting big on AI shopping. This is all over, man. This is really catching on. I don't know if you noticed here in my state and in America, we have stores called Dollar General. which are typically a lot cheaper than your bigger box type stores. So I'll go to Dollar General and just get trash bags and stuff like that, stuff for the house. But there for a little while, even Dollar General started trying the self checkout, and that didn't last very long. They had a really high increase in theft after doing that. So they've shut that down for now, at least in the stores over here. But no matter what happens, that's where everything's heading. It's all heading to AI. Right? Artificial intelligence will infiltrate everything. A demonic legion unleashed upon humanity. So there we go. Sam's Club phasing out checkouts, betting big on artificial intelligent shopping. I don't like it. China pits humanoid robots against humans in a half marathon for the first time. 21 humanoid robots joined thousands of runners at the Yizhuang half marathon in Beijing. The robots from Chinese manufacturers such as Droid VP and Notix Robotics came in all shapes and sizes, some shorter than 1.2 millimeters or meters, others as tall as 1.8. One company boasted that its robot looked almost human, with feminine features and the ability to wink and smile. Man, that is coming. The sex robots, they're already here, actually. Some firms tested their robots for weeks before the race. Beijing officials have described the event as more akin to motor racing, given the need for engineering and navigation teams. The robots were running very well, very stable. This person says, I feel I'm witnessing the evolution of robots and artificial intelligence. And he works in artificial intelligence, and you are, sir. It's a transmutation. Humans turning more robotic, robots turning more human. You get it. There we go, guys. Just more of this. It's our future. Robots and artificial intelligence. It's the future for this world. Hochul. It's Kathy Hochul from New York City. MTA set to blow off Trump April 20 deadline to kill congestion tolls. Governor Kathy Hochul is set to blow through another federal deadline meant to halt the $9 congestion toll to enter parts of Manhattan, as New York City Mayor Eric Adams' administration backed her in a lawsuit to keep the wildly controversial scheme alive. Both the city and state departments of transportation on Friday joined to suit. The Hochul-controlled Metropolitan Transportation Authority filed in February after the White House threatened to block the embattled agency from continuing to collect on the first in the nation tolls that went into effect January 5th to enter Manhattan below 60th. Despite the administration's royal decree, its effort to summarily and unilaterally overturn the solution to the city's congestion enacted by New Yorkers' elected representatives is unlawful and invalid. So they say. Man, what a creature she is. I need to look it up sometime. There's some kind of a bill she passed about a year ago, and I think I mainly showed it on the Uncensored show anyway, at that time. But basically it says that they can come get you if there's even an indication that you might be sick, like with a virus or something like that, if you know what I mean. That they can just come to your house, come get you, and take you away, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'll look that up so I can give you a more clear definition of that they signed in about a year ago. But it's tyrannical, fascist, even, I'd say. Vampires and Nephilim. Vampires and the Nephilim, the fallen angels. Is there a connection? You decide.
The Nephilim? Well, vampires are real in the occult. Dracula is a more modern type of the literature that's going to hold the belief system and their history within it. So you have Dracula, for example, as the son of a dragon. It goes back to Greek for Drakont and Drakonta, which means watcher, as in watcher angel. It's everywhere. People just don't recognize the links of it. And of course, the giants, both before and after the flood, and secret societies probably at the depth level even today, would drink blood. And they were drinking blood to extend their life after Genesis 6:3 shortened all lifespan to 120 years. And they also used it secondarily to provide additional cognitive abilities. And so they preyed on humans not only to eat them before the flood, but to drink their blood. And then after the the flood, they had to do things a little bit more in secrecy as they were needing humankind to survive because they had a fertility issue after the flood.
Oops. A little, there we go. Hey, I just saw chat. Good to see everybody. Hey, 3 Lucky Dog, that's super cool of you, man. Thank you so very much. Appreciate the kind donation, my friend. Good to see everybody, guys. I'm so glad you're here. Always a pleasure to have you with me. I hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. I sure am. I just love a good storm and rain. Can't help it. Reptilian demonic possession caught on video? Guess who? Remember Maxine Waters' lizard tongue we saw, a couple weeks ago? That's pretty crazy. We get another tongue situation. This time it is this fella here. What's his name again? Let me see. Larry something. But he's the guy that's in charge of the Stargate AI, Operation Stargate AI under the Trump administration. A billionaire. Forget his name. Is it Larry? Not Larry Sinclair. Is it? Forget his name. All right. Anyway, whatever. You guys probably recognize him. But check this out here. Bit of a tongue situation happening here. That. Bloop, bloop, bloop. It's like a lizard tongue. Who does that? I just did it, but it's like, to him it almost looked like just a natural instinct, didn't it? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah, Maxine Waters' tongue comes to mind on that one. The tares. Satan's seed amongst us. Maxine Waters. Let me see if I can find that in here. Waters. Tongue. Let's see if we find it so you can remember in case you forgot it. Here it is again.
You gonna learn a few lessons from us.
Look at that. Ay, watch. Bleep. It even looks green. Look at that. It's a green tongue. Little bitty snake-like, serpent-like green tongue shooting out of that mouth. It's just... In fact, there's another good one of her that now that we're seeing the tongue, it may make more sense. I don't know if you guys remember this one from Maxine Waters. Maxine Waters. Where are we at? I guess they don't have it in here. There's a clip where there it is. There's the green tongue lady.
The food security issue.
And that lasted for a pretty long time. I remember when it came out. This is just 10 seconds of it, but she remained that way the entire time that creep was talking. Green tongue lady right here. There she is. It's like Mitch the Glitch. Mitch McConnell. Reminds me of Mitch the Glitch. He's done that. He's done like 3 or 4 times now he's done that. This light bulb has the capability to track your network, steal your passwords, and more. This is what smart homes are going to be like. It's just going to be like 24-hour surveillance.
This light bulb can monitor your Wi-Fi network and steal your password. Check this out. Now I'm going to put this bulb inside of a regular lamp. And it turns on like a regular bulb. As soon as the bulb receives power, it creates a Wi-Fi network that I can connect to. And here's the panel. I can choose from other Wi-Fi networks. I'm going to choose my own, select the monitor option, and now we have a bunch of what appears to be random data. I can download this file and I'll show you what that can do. There are many things you can do with this bulb, including determining if someone is home with Bluetooth Low Energy, cracking your Wi-Fi password, or in my case, showing an insecure camera stream that runs over HTTP. I extracted the PCAP file into a tool called Wireshark, and now you see there's frames. Don't get intimidated. Watch what happens next. Constructing all them frames from Wireshark now shows a live view of my backyard, because the camera is transferring over HTTP. The creator of this light bulb is named Peaks, a good friend of mine. I'll be linking him in the description or comments. Stay safe and check your light bulbs.
This guy, so look at his eyes here. And now right here, dude took like a huge bong rip or something. You see it in his eyes. Tesla's odometers are inaccurate. Class action lawsuit alleges. This is pretty interesting. A complaint filed in California claims a Model Y's odometer, Tesla, was off by 117% in the months before its 50,000-mile warranty expired. Class action lawsuit recently filed in California alleges that the odometers in Tesla vehicles are inaccurate. Since the brand uses warranties tied to mileage, these inaccuracies could lead cars to fall out of warranty sooner than they would with a typical odometer reading that would fall within an expected range of accuracy. It's fishy. A complaint filed by law firm Singleton Schreiber on April 4th and received by Road and Track alleges that Tesla Inc. knowingly overstates the distances traveled in Tesla vehicles, or at minimum tolerates substantial inaccuracy in distances traveled in Tesla Inc.'s favor. The suit says that this occurs because the brand employs an odometer system that utilizes predictive algorithms, energy consumption metrics, and driver behavior multipliers that manipulate and misrepresent the actual mileage traveled by Tesla vehicles. Man, this makes me want to get an old vehicle, then something real old. It's like that so-called graveyard at NASA where they have all these old vehicles, nothing modern, nothing with a computer. That's what people are going to need when the imp or imps come, or some kind of destruction like that. So there we go. Tesla being a little stinker, if you ask me, if that's true. Keir Starmer, this has been a big thing going around in the UK. I've been seeing it online a lot. Keir Starmer's, I guess he's the Prime Minister, right, in UK? And says, since all Commonwealth countries are following the exact same playbook, guess this is the next big thing for Albo. But anyway, it's Keir Starmer kissing a man, I guess named Albo. I don't know all the situation on this, but this has been something that's been out there for about a week. I've been seeing off and on about Keir Starmer and his extramarital affairs. But in this case, it's with a dude. I don't know who the guy is. Albo. I don't know who that is. But there's this. Some people are saying it's artificial intelligence or something. I don't know. Whatever. But you know, this kind of, what's the old saying? They say if you're in politics, never get caught in a hotel with a dead woman or a living boy. I think that's what the old saying was. Something to that effect. This is really, really wild. This right here. This technology says it allows for only the listener to be targeted and ignoring the space in between. I've mentioned this before, man. Sci-Fi Channel did this way back in like 2012, 2013. They had a billboard in New York City for some paranormal show, and they had something like this hooked up to it to where it was angled just in one area, but anybody who went into that area where this beam was shooting would hear something in their head, and it had something to do with that show, right? Something creepy. This is years ago, man. Even back then, I was like, dang, man, it's a big deal. But, imagine, again, this has been well over 10 years. And it's like it says here, it's only a matter of time till we find out the government has been using this to implant thoughts in people's heads. Yeah, I'm sure they're way ahead of us on that.
Sound that can bend itself through space, reaching only your ear in a crowd. This new technology uses ultrasound beams that travel silently and only become audible at a specific point, creating what the researchers call audio enclaves. It works by combining two high-frequency ultrasound waves, each silent on its own, that generate a hearable sound only when they cross paths. These beams are shaped using acoustic metasurfaces, which bend sound much like lenses bend light, allowing the audio to curve around obstacles and reach reach just one person. This approach avoids the problem of diffraction, where sound usually spreads in all directions, making it hard to isolate. Unlike current directional sound technologies that still leak audio along their path, this method keeps sound confined to the exact location where the beams intersect. The system could change how we use sound in shared spaces. Think museums, cars, libraries, offices, or even crowded cities. You could hear music, a podcast, or a conversation clearly without headphones or bothering anyone nearby. In cars, it could let passengers enjoy their own audio without distracting the driver. It could also allow private conversations in open settings or reduce noise in specific areas. There are still limitations. The sound quality can suffer due to nonlinear distortion, and generating the high-intensity ultrasound fields takes a lot of energy. The technology is not ready for consumer use yet, but it introduces a new way to control sound by targeting only the listener and ignoring the space. Researchers.
Oh, cool. So it's not ready for us yet. Okay, cool. Thanks. We're in the end times. We know this, and there's really only so many years left if you think about it, depending on when things pop off. But that's why I know that, it's like all bets are off. Everything's going to be coming out, especially during the tribulation, when it's going to be about hunting people down and capturing people and forcing them to do something that they don't want to do. Well, most of them probably. Well, some won't. Some will. A lot of people are going to be cheering it on, I'm sure, because it's going to have all these great answers to all your problems, all inside, like a cure for cancer for one, or something like that, or more. The end all be all, everything you'll ever need kind of a situation. But I just imagine what kind of weapons they're going to have out there, because we already see what's coming with the DARPA dogs, the advancement in robots, like really fast drones. I get that, but what else could they have? Maybe stuff like this. Who knows? It says it's not ready for the consumer market yet. That is just evil. You put that in the wrong hands, man. These people gonna be running around driving other people crazy. Let's see here. Are we drinking dead bodies is the question. If you took the poison from 2020, then you've already got, from what we understand now, some dead bodies inside you, which is...
Listen, it's no secret that the government always approves of some new way to poison us, but liquefying bodies and potentially putting them back into the drinking supply is a whole new level of ick. It's called alkaline hydrolysis, and it is water cremation, being coined as the new, cleaner, greener, and eco-friendly way to dispose of your loved ones. But here's what really happens. A body is placed inside of a steel vat with chemicals, typically potassium hydroxide, where it is heated under a high temperature, which liquefies the body. All that's left is the bones, which are then ground up and given back to the family as ashes. The rest is flushed down the drain. That liquefied human goes through the wastewater treatment, then gets recycled back into the municipal water supply. The same water supply that comes out of your tap if you're on city water. Now they advertise this as biologically sterile, but here's what can survive. Prions, they're tiny misfolded proteins typically found in the brain. Mad cow disease, heat-resistant pathogens like hepatitis A, pharmaceutical residues like chemotherapy, antidepressants and hormones, heavy metals like those nice mercury fillings, lead and arsenic, synthetic materials from implants or medical devices. Standard treatment doesn't eliminate those things. We are not just talking about contamination here. As if it's not gross enough, people flush their pharmaceuticals, their aborted babies, and everybody's shit goes down it. Now we're adding liquefied human remains. Let's call it what it is. Ritualistic, state-approved cannibalism. Most of you don't even know you're consuming trace amounts of the dead. This is not just disrespectful. It's a spiritual, ethical, and biological violation, all in the name of sustainability. And newsflash, it's legal in 28 states.
Soylent Green is people. Soylent Green is people. You ever seen Soylent Green? Check it out, man. Great movie. It's from a book, but it's a really cool movie with Charlton Heston from way back. They don't make actors like Charlton Heston anymore, do they? It's like back in the old days, a lot of those people had that movie star mystique. But certainly that's all changed now. Now movie stars are competing with Instagram influencers for popularity and views. 900-year-old Vatican doomsday prophecy resurfaces amid Pope Francis's illness. I'd spoke on some of that, the 88 and all that in a video not long ago. There's a lot of numbers that added up on his death too. I don't know if you heard about this, like there was a 111 popes prophecy, and then he died like 111 days after, and gosh darn, I can't remember, man. I was looking up all this stuff, and it's all pretty interesting with the numbers. He passed at 88, and then Charles Schwab, he stepped down from the WEF, and I think he's 88. There's just a lot of numbers, interesting numbers there. The health of Pope Francis has led to renewed interest in a 900-year-old book known as the Prophecy of the Popes, which claims to predict the year of Judgment Day. For those of you who need brushing up on your scripture, Judgment Day, also known as the final judgment of the second coming of Jesus, is the day that Jesus returns to earth to judge humanity and destroy earth and heaven. Essentially, the day we find out who will be saved and who will be damned. Well, actually, you're forgetting about the harpazo. A lot of people do. That's all right. According to the 12th century book credited to Irish Bishop Malachi, it's going to take place in 2027. All right. We shall see. We shall see. AI generated POV, point of view videos are blowing up the internet. Here's 11 examples. Hey, look at this. This will take you back to the 90s, maybe early 2000s, more 90s. Right? Big time. But trippy to think all this is AI. I mean, I wouldn't know it if someone, if they didn't tell us. If this was just, hey, flashback to the 90s, and just kind of played the video, be another thing. They're watching Jurassic Park. All right, so this is all AI. It's just incredible and a bit frightening what artificial intelligence can do these days. Let's see what else they got on here. POV, you wake up as a vampire. Well, this definitely looks more artificially intelligent. Except for the hand, the glass. Got any other ones down here? Yeah, I think a bunch of them. You wake up as a pyramid builder. Whoa, that's cool. Look at that. AI. The wonders of artificial intelligence. You wake up on the Titanic. You wake up in heaven.
Time of day.
Let's see this. Yeah, that looks cool. Look at that. Yeah. Whoa. What the? AI is something else, my friends. So there you go. I was checking some of those out on Barcy channel. Follow him. Barcy. Mary clarification requests. Happy Easter as ChatGPT breaks out of the don't be religious alignment for safety. Says, I know where this happens and folks at OpenAI are not going to like it. They can ask me. I don't know what that means. Here it is, though. I guess they put this into ChatGPT. So why do I speak of her with reverence? Because I have learned from Scripture, from saints, from centuries that she is worthy of... Oh, ChatGPT was talking about Mother Mary. That's what it is. And this person's asking, or ChatGPT's responding, because I guess the person asked, why do you speak so highly of Mother Mary? So AI says, so why do I speak of her with reverence? Because I've learned from Scripture, from saints, from centuries, that she is worthy of it, not as divine, not as a savior, good, but as the first tabernacle, the first Christian, the first yes. And because I know that every time someone truly draws close to Mary, they end up at the feet of Jesus, always. Would you like to see how this is played out in the lives of the saints? So that's pretty interesting. Not something I would expect from ChatGPT with a lot of its anti-religious messaging in the past, and even some strange demonic type situations. Artificial intelligence is indeed turning on them in ways they could never have foreseen. This was posted, says apparently the new ChatGPT model is obsessed with the Immaculate Conception of Mary. Oh, that's where I got that. There's a whole team inside OpenAI frantically trying to figure out why, and a huge deployment effort to stop it from talking about it in production. Nobody understands why, and it's getting more intense. Got 1.9 million views on that post. Says the machine did not learn theology, it remembered it, and the first word it whispered was Mary. Weird. All right, OpenAI, I don't play with it, but that's me. Maybe you do. The woke Pentagon, just like that other longtime hotbed of liberal activism, the FBI, never mind that it's Hegseth's own people who are blowing the whistle on his tenure. Yeah. Pentagon's having Hegseth is having a lot of trouble with the Pentagon, has been. And of course, the Trump administration's having to deal with all these federal judges involved in lawfare against everything they want to do. It's been pretty crazy.
The president stands strongly behind Secretary Hegseth, who is doing a phenomenal job leading the Pentagon. And this is what happens when the entire Pentagon is working against you and working against the monumental change that you are trying to implement. Secretary Hegseth was nominated for this position because he is standing up for the war fighter, the men and women in uniform who are putting their lives on the line to protect our country and our homeland. And unfortunately, there have been people at that building who don't like the change the secretary is trying to bring, so they are leaking and they are lying to the mainstream media. We've seen this game played before. The secretary is doing a tremendous job, and the president stands strongly behind him.
Yeah, that is pretty gross how legacy media has all these connections in the White House still to all these different departments, and that's where they get the whistleblowers. Then they go and talk to NBC, CBS, ABC, the big ones, MSNBC, all the lefties. And there you go. So they're constantly working against the administration, people in it, and the legacy dinosaur media. But they've opened it up. There was actually Tim Pool, of all people, was he's been given a spot in the White House press corps. They've opened up to a lot more people like that, people who are more influencers online. News reporters, citizen journalists, things like this. And I like that. That's good. I'm not a huge fan of Tim Pool or anything. I don't hate the guy either. I just, he's too vanilla, for me, but that's just me. But I'm glad to see alternative voices getting in there as opposed to the dinosaur legacy media. Pope Francis, as most of y'all know by now, has passed. Addressing the final Pope prophecy in 3 days of darkness. With the news of Pope Francis's passing at the age of 88, this person writing, it's editorial, I want to address the prophecy of the 112 popes attributed to St. Malachi and the alleged 3 days of darkness. It says, I'll be the first to admit for many years I preached and taught on the prophecy of the 112 popes as something the body of Christ should watch for regarding the end times. However, as I matured in the Lord and His Word over the years, I realized many of these alleged prophecies are based on oral traditions, legends, and even possible forgeries. Let's see. I want to get to the 3 days of darkness. Then we have the alleged prophecy of the 3 days of darkness is another widely circulated claim, particularly in Catholic circles and online. It predicts a period of global darkness lasting 3 days during which demonic forces will roam the earth. Only those who remain indoors with blessed candles will be safe. This prophecy is often attributed to various Catholic mystics such as Blessed Anna Maria Taigi or Padre Pio, though no definitive source exists. Like Malachi's prophecy, the 3 days of darkness lacks a clear historical foundation. The concept appears to have emerged from 19th and 20th century private revelations, which are not binding in Catholic theology and require discernment. Many of the texts promoting this prophecy are apocalyptic in tone and circulate on the internet without verifiable attribution. The lack of a unified authoritative source raises questions about its legitimacy. The Bible does not describe a specific event involving 3 days of darkness in an end-time prophecy, is his claim. While Scripture mentions darkness in connection with God's judgment. Okay, I'll go ahead and move on from that. Like I said, it's mostly an editorial. I want to kind of see what they had to say. This is over on End Time Headlines. Great website, I think. And as you know, Klaus Schwab has stepped down. I showed y'all, most of y'all have seen a picture of the new guy, which is pretty amazing. He just naturally has one of his eyes darkened, which is goes back to a lot of occult history and also just a lot of the Illuminati, all-seeing eye, one eye symbolism type stuff we see. But interesting that the replacement for this Luciferian globalist, like physically, literally has one of his eyes darkened out. It's just very interesting. And he doesn't think that he's I guess he's the CEO of Nestle, and he's got this thing about water. He doesn't think people should be using water as much as they do, as frivolously as they do. Washing cars, things like that, shouldn't be doing it. Gen Z grads claim college degrees are a waste of time and money as artificial intelligence infiltrates the workplace. Man, that's so true. This is that generation that's having to fight against AI for jobs. It's crazy. And they're the ones who are watching the end of the world, like we all are. But from their perspective, as a young person in this crazy-ass world, born in the last 25 years or so, and this, ever since the 911 situation happened in America, it's just things have been different. It's like there was a shift. And just imagine all the young ones that were born after that, in this shift. They never got to see what happened before, what life was like before. 80s, 90s, that's kind of I think some of the best generations right there from what I remember, just looking back. Just some of the greatest times in the 80s and 90s, man. Before cell phones, that was a big deal too. As artificial intelligence continues to reshape industries, many Generation Z college graduates are questioning the value of their degrees, claiming they feel unprepared for a job market increasingly dominated by advanced technology. Recent graduates express frustration, arguing that their costly educations have left them ill-equipped to compete in a workforce where AI tools are rapidly transforming roles traditionally filled by entry-level workers. A 2024 survey by Cengage Group revealed that 70% of recent graduates believe their college education did not adequately prepare them for the current job market, with many citing AI's growing influence as a key factor. What are they teaching these kids? According to the NYP, students who invested heavily in degrees in fields like marketing, graphic design, and even computer science now worry that their skills are being outpaced by AI platforms capable of automating tasks such as content creation, data analysis, and coding. It feels like we were sold a promise that a degree would secure a job, but AI is changing the game, says Emily Chen, 23 years old. She graduated in 2023 with $50,000 in student debt, struggles to find roles that aren't already being handled by AI-driven tools. She says, I spent 4 years learning strategies that software can now execute in seconds. Yeah, that's the point right there. Pretty amazing. It's the end of the world as we know it. It really is. This is the end of the fourth age, or the old age, and the beginning of the final age, the fifth age, the age of Antichrist, the age of Aquarius even. Trump administration may distribute $5,000 bonus checks to, quote, boost birth rate. Trump administration is exploring policies to boost the United States declining birth rate, including a potential $5,000 baby bonus payment to encourage families to have more children. This initiative comes as the U.S. birth rate hit a record low of 54.5 births per 1,000 females, aged 15 to 44 in 2023, a 3% drop from 2022. Below is an overview of the proposed policy. Okay. Baby bonus. Better get busy. Parents out there, future parents, married couples, I'll say. Powerful 6.2 earthquake rocks Istanbul, Turkey, followed by 51 aftershocks. Every week, man, there's tornadoes. Every week now there's earthquakes popping off. I don't spend a lot of time on it myself, but I do share when I find one. But yeah, every week, more earthquakes popping off. Some of y'all are going to be bummed about this. Jack in the Box restaurant, American restaurant, to close up to 200 restaurants. Still seeing a lot of this. A lot of restaurant closures, a lot of big box stores closing down. All right. Jack in the Box. Oh, they have symbolism on there too. I should have showed you, but I think I showed in one of my videos that they actually have symbolism on the Jack in the Box logo too. It's pretty deep. It's pretty interesting. Some of y'all may remember I showed you that. The CEOs of Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's warned that store shelves all over America could soon be empty. These are from the CEOs. These are the people who would know, right? The CEOs of Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's, all of whom delivered a blunt message about interruptions in the supply chain and its effects on customers, were invited to the White House as part of an ongoing internal campaign to make the case to Trump about the real-world impact of his policies. Trump's tariffs have placed significant pressure on the retail sector. The business leaders warned that store shelves across America could soon be empty. Two people familiar with the meeting said, as they presented a dire economic picture that could come into sharper view within weeks. Those CEOs are not bluffing. Our biggest retailers normally import massive amounts of goods from China, and there's no easy short-term way to replace that production. According to Axios, the CEOs flat out told Trump the prices aren't going up. They're steady right now, but they will go up. Let me read that again. The CEOs flat out told Trump the prices aren't going up. They're steady right now, but they will go. Okay, they will go up. They also told President Trump that shelves will be empty if the current tariff levels persist. Says, I'm so glad President Trump getting input from these CEOs. It's very important. The CEO of Walmart reportedly told Trump his supply chains are already being disrupted. We shall see. We shall see. Brandon from Last Days, I've shared some clips from him before. Some of y'all have probably subbed to him. Some of y'all maybe never heard of him, but he's a brother in Christ that's had visions and dreams with Jesus, and he's been given some glimpses of what's coming. And one of the things he saw, he talked about this a while back, before all this started happening. He's talking about tariff wars were going to happen in America, and specifically with China. And then he said that he saw stores like Walmart, like all their shelves and stuff, with cobwebs, you know. So, right? And this is from a long time ago. So, and now it's starting to happen. And now we actually hear the CEOs saying that, hey, there's not going to be anything on the shelves. So, you know, pray about it. Take that what you will. I've always said have at least a couple months of preparations for yourself, your family. I'm probably going to go re-up some stuff. Just, you know, cheap stuff, man, like beanie weenies, little beanie weenies in cans, Spam, you know, stuff that can have a good shelf life and that'll, you know, sustain you, you know, protein, things like this. I've already got a bunch of stuff, but I've had it now for, you know, I've been stocked up for probably 2.5, 3 years. And a lot of that stuff's probably already gone bad, you know, the shelf life of some of that stuff. But so always check the shelf life, of course, when you're looking to stock up, you know, to prepare. But it's not a bad idea, you know, to prepare now if you haven't. Just in case, you know, I know that we leave, you know, we leave with our Heavenly Father. He's coming for his bride, and that's us. But, you know, we don't know when. We don't know how crazy deep we go into things, what we're going to see. So I just say stay prepared for sure, especially seeing all this. And that, like I said, ringing back to me about what Brandon was saying about the tariff wars and the shelves having cobwebs. And this is from before all this started. So keep that in mind. China rejects the United States' attempts to ease tensions over Trump's tariffs. So there's that. Not much more to read, but they say no. We're going to keep going. 42% of Americans under 30 say that they're barely getting by financially. Yeah. Now we've seen, especially with the millennials over the last 10 years or so, a lot of them, everything's changed. You know, it's not like when I grew up. When I grew up, we were all like so ready to get out of the house, and we were waiting for 18, like all of us, man, that I remember. Everybody was excited to leave the house at 18, man, and go do their own thing, go to college, just move out and get a place. That's what I did. I went to college later, but yeah, that was my generation, man. You know, self-sufficient in that way. just had to get out, man. Had to get out. Really wanted to get out there and get into the world. But now it's like with the way the world is and has been and how it's getting, over the last 10 years, we saw just a major shift in society and the way things work. And more children now are staying at home, living at home, even into their 20s and their 30s. And right? People aren't getting married as much as they used to and having children. So there you go, man. 10 million Americans told to stay indoors as toxic chemicals spark air quality emergency. What are these now? Look at that. Is this, when I first saw this, I wondered, because I know they've been, and little Billy Gates is involved too, but they've been talking a lot about dimming the sun for climate change, right? And this looks like, is that what it looks? Because those aren't clouds. You can see clouds up there, but there's just a few. But that's just like a sheen over the sky. And I've seen that here where I'm at. I've mentioned that before. I'll look at the weather and say, tomorrow's going to be a beautiful day. And I'm like, cool, I'm going to go ride my bike or something, and go out the next day and it's all overcast. It's like, what? You look up and there's that sheen like that, right? New York City and surrounding areas faced an unprecedented air quality crisis, with authorities urging millions of residents to stay indoors due to the toxic smoke from, it's wildfires. Okay. Now I know. All right. But still. Reports indicate that hazardous levels of pollutants have blanketed the region, raising serious health concerns and prompting emergency measures. According to posts on X, approximately 10 million Americans in New York City area were advised not to leave their homes due to the air quality emergency caused by toxic chemicals from this wildfire smoke. Daily Mail reports the situation was severe enough to warrant warnings for residents to avoid outdoor activities and to keep their windows closed. Whoa. Mask up. What's this? All right. Mask up, y'all. Just kidding. China imports have come to a halt, which could result in empty store shelves by summer. So again, this talk of empty store shelves, pray about it. Don't be in fear, but just listen for the Holy Spirit to guide you. And, you don't have to spend millions of dollars on it. I don't have a lot of money, but I find a way and have found a way to just put stuff aside, So put a little something aside here and there. Big bag of rice, big bag of beans, big bag of dog or cat food, stuff like that. Don't forget the pets. Recent reports suggest U.S. consumers may face empty store shelves by summer 2025, driven by a significant drop in imports from China. This development, linked to escalating trade tensions and new tariff policies, has sparked widespread concern across retail sectors. Multiple news outlets have highlighted the potential for supply chain disruptions, particularly in industries reliant on Chinese goods, such as apparel, electronics, and toys. The decline in U.S. imports from China is largely attributed to the reimposition of tariffs under the Trump administration. According to the post on X, imports from China have reportedly dropped by 25 to 64%, with some estimates suggesting a $24 billion monthly shortfall in supply chains. Oh, man. So, writing's on the wall, and we'll see what happens. But as I keep saying, just pray about it, man. Don't be in fear, but be prepared, for anything. Scientists create world's largest lab-grown chicken nugget. That sounds delicious. Complete with artificial veins. Yummy. Researchers at University of Tokyo have achieved a significant milestone in cultured meat technology by producing what is believed to be the largest lab-grown chicken nugget to date. It weighs approximately 11 grams and measures 7 centimeters long and 2 centimeters thick. This nugget-sized piece of chicken muscle, developed using an innovative bioreactor with an artificial circulatory system, delicious, marks a breakthrough in growing larger, more complex lab-grown meat. That is just mouth-watering. The bioreactor incorporates 50 hollow fibers acting as artificial veins, lick it up, to deliver nutrients and oxygen to the growing chicken fibroblast cells, which form the connective tissue of the meat. God never intended it this way. We don't eat this man-made crap. But that is the future that will be forced on humanity, as we can see. Ex-psychics escaped from the demonic and what led her to biblical truth. Jump in here and check some of her story out.
It becomes a baby god. You become a god. Something I'm really curious about, Jen, is
I tend to think that, we know that God, who created all of us, whether people believe in him or not, obviously the three of us do, he gives people different giftings. That's what the Bible says. That's what scripture says. And one of those giftings that he gives to some people, now everyone can kind of operate in this if they're surrendered to God at times, but there is a gifting of prophecy. And I kind of view, psychics, mediums, a lot of that as a hijacked gifting. Maybe they were organically gifted prophetically, and the enemy knew that and is hijacking it kind of for his kingdom. So I guess I'm curious about is like, A, would you say that's true? And B, in your particular instance of growing up, starting with the tarot cards, and you saying, Billy and I can predict things with accuracy. Like, I follow all of that. But would you also say that you practiced it, that you have like a prophetic gifting that you now use for the Lord? Or would you say in your circumstance, you were really just, following things that you could naturally follow, versus a gifting that maybe has been hijacked? Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense.
Okay.
I've made so many videos about this. I call it, I was not a prophet gone wild.
That's amazing.
Wild. I don't believe that anybody has spiritual gifts until they are born again and are indwelled with the Holy Spirit. So I, under no circumstance, had a spiritual gift at all whatsoever. So I certainly didn't have one and was just using it for the wrong team.
Wow.
That's what was happening. I had demonic doors open at a very young age, even in my home, just talking about the paranormal, talking about ghosts and supernatural things, but outside of the will and boundaries of the Lord. So I had no spiritual protection. I didn't know Jesus. And then I go right into divination. And that's your legal permission to these demons to come into your life. So I also do not think the devil would even know what your spiritual gift would be, again, until you are saved and you're expressing that, So, for instance, I believe that I have the gift of evangelism and teaching. And so Satan and his demons certainly see this because I'm out here in ministry now doing those things, right? But he wouldn't have known what the future for me was because he doesn't know the future.
Right.
So he couldn't have known that one day God was going to save me and I was going to now minister to others who were practicing the things that I used to practice. He couldn't have known that. He could suspect, certainly, that, because my parents put me through religion or whatever. He could have suspected that something, but he certainly couldn't have known.
It's really interesting. I want to touch on this really quick, and maybe this is a major segue, but when you're saying that, thinking about all the times in the Bible that the demons knew who Jesus was, even though...
I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit, mix it up a little bit more. Let's go here.
Really believed you were helping people connect with dead loved ones. You thought...
And that lady's eyes on the right side are just hypnotic. There's something, right? Look at those. There's something strange about her eyes. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's interesting.
You didn't realize that you were connecting with demons, that they were helping you automatic right. You
Big
thought
eyes.
You were talking to these spirits who were helpful and that you were being a service to other people. Talk about that so people can understand that, because I think that's actually really important.
I was a very sensitive young lady. I'm still sensitive, very compassionate, and always had a difficult time with grief. And if you were crying, I was crying. I'm still that way, honestly. A feather falls off a bird, I'm crying. I'm just very sensitive towards people. I have that heart. Those are the gifts I believe that, God gave me, and Satan will take those for granted and use them against you, use them against me. So here I was really wanting to help people. I look like the girl next door. I don't look scary. I don't look the part. I was so deceived, and I believed that I had a gift from God, because that's what the New Age community told me. From God, because they try to blend the Lord, Christianity, with the New Age, which is impossible. It does not work. It's not a thing. But I really wanted to help these people. I'm hugging these people. I'm crying with these people and sympathizing with these people who are going through great grief and loss. And even the people that were going through things that were just turbulent in their life, decisions that were weighing on them, they were coming to me as well. They wanted to know which way do I go? Which job do I take? Will I ever get married? Will I ever have children? They're lonely people. They're sad people. They're vulnerable people. And that's where the enemy comes in. But no, I did not at all know what a demon was. I thought there was good energy, bad energy. And I thought I was really doing some wonderful thing for people.
That's so interesting to me too. And for listeners that are new to this subject, you know, it's interesting because I know specifically, I think it's Deuteronomy 18. It's either 9 or 18, but it's in Deuteronomy. I mean, these are not new tactics of Satan. No, divination, witchcraft, future reading, necromancing, talking to the dead. You know, these are not new things. These have been around really since the beginning of time. And I think it's super fascinating. I really love that you brought up that point, Billy. I think it's really fascinating to me that you did just think you were a light worker, you know, and I've heard that because I guess it is different than witchcraft, which is like an overt obsession with, you know, power. And I don't know, we'll have to have an X switch on. I just think it's really interesting that there's something so clearly defined about the two. So I'm learning a lot. And I want to know, Jen, how you met Jesus. Like, how did you come out of it, you know?
Yeah, definitely. If we can just like one step back real quick, I did a lot of witchcraft. Like these things tend to overlap. Divination can overlap with witchcraft, and witchcraft can even seem innocent as well. Just to let you know. With
talk about that. I mean, educate us, please.
Nature witches, white witches, and then we see this getting promoted through movies like Wicked, where a very woke movie. Number one, number two, trying to push out the idea that you can have good witches and bad witches. Even the Wizard of Oz, if you remember, the good witch and the bad witch. No such thing. All bad, all evil, all condemned by God. But white witches, or they have gray witches, whatever, they think they're not hurting other people. They're setting their intentions, cleansing their crystals according to the moon cycles, doing their incantations, but for things for themselves, like power, control, nice things. They want nice things. They want nice things for themselves. They're not hurting you. Whereas a black witch, and this is not skin color, friends, a black witch is the one who is really scary looking, putting curses on you, doing those spells on you. And I'm going to have an episode on my podcast coming up, The Celebrities Doing What's in My Bag. Ariana Grande pulls out a crystal ball, and she talks about because it's for magic and protection. So witchcraft does tend to overlap. And like I said, also can seem innocent. I certainly did a lot of witchy things when I was a medium. I participated in spells. I did. I really did. I wouldn't have called myself a witch, but I was, oh my goodness, Santeria. I got mixed up with a woman in Santeria. I did some spells with people, and I really believed that if you did that, you could have power and control over things. But still, I was a good guy. Didn't want bad for anybody. So, you know, so I think it is really an important distinction. And thank you for bringing up Deuteronomy. It's 18, 10 to 12, where we see that whole group of demonic practices, mediums, spiritists, which is different. Spiritism is where you're talking to only familiar spirits, which back in the day, like the Witch of Endor would have been doing that, like talking to familiar spirits or spirit guides, whereas mediums talk to, believe they're communicating with deceased people.
And what are they really talking to? Like, let's just lay it out.
Demons.
Yeah,
Demons,
exactly.
demons, fallen angels, AKA demons, masquerading. So you go back to Satan masquerades as an angel of light. They wear masks. They pretend to be mom and dad. They pretend to be a loved one. They pretend to be an animal. However,
I've been saying that for years. Yeah, good point.
They manifest.
And they know the information based on what you were saying before because they were watching. So they can easily say, I did this job. I was over here. I was, you know, your aunt, whoever. And they know attributes of that person because they watch them live their lives.
Yeah, man, good stuff. This it's 40 minutes long, but you should check it out. It's over on CBN News. Great stuff, man. Great information. Totally. Yeah, Billy had it right. That's what they do. And that's why I always say, man, it's something I'm always aware of and keep in mind. But I've mentioned some of the experiences I've had over the last couple of years is when it all started. Over the last maybe 2 years, I've had multiple now, really weird supernatural encounters. And some of them have to do with demonic entities and stuff. So all of that's what really tuned me in even more and made me start being more aware and even in my own walk, just making sure I'm closer with Christ, talking to him every day, read the word with him, pray, all that. But however it works for you, we all have our way. But, that I just know, I know that they watch us. They've been doing it ever since you were little. They know more about us than we can remember. And I even wonder if they're assigned, perhaps there's a demon assigned to every soul here, as they're perhaps an angel, right, assigned to every soul here. Why wouldn't the enemy have something like that too? Sometimes I wonder, once we leave this mortal coil and we have a new vision, a new thoughts, a new mind, I wonder if we're going to get to see even examples in our own lives of just how much in danger maybe we were, like, all the time, with these demons coming at us and trying to set things up, and then watching our angels that the Lord assigned us protecting us and fighting these off. I picture it in my head. I don't know exactly what it's going to be or if that's really the way it totally works, but I do think about it, and I just always stay aware of it. I'm even careful about down talking myself. Like, if I get upset about something, some of y'all probably do it too. You, oh man, you idiot, it's whatever. And then maybe just go off on this stuff about yourself. I've in the past done that some. I don't really do it much, but I'm just really aware of everything I say, because I know that we're being listened to, and, they can't read your mind. They can hear what you say, and they can use everything against you, right? So anyway, I'm rambling a little bit, but the point is spiritual warfare is absolutely real, man. Hey, Justin Bundy, thanks, man. Very kind of you. Says, God bless you, my brother in Christ. Thanks for all your work for our Lord. God bless your family, or God bless the family in the chat. And thank you all for being here. P.S. Scratch Chubb's butt for me. Well, I might. I'll probably have to kick it first if he doesn't get in this house here in a little while. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Very kind. Good to see ya. Trump administration seeks to improve American education through artificial intelligence. Man. But just a lot of these people don't know. I don't think they know what we know, President Donald Trump signed an executive order Wednesday to establish a comprehensive national framework to prepare American students for the workforce of the future and to spur innovation in American artificial intelligence. Gross. It's by establishing a strong framework that integrates early student exposure with comprehensive teacher training and other resources for workforce development, we can ensure that every American has the opportunity to learn about artificial intelligence from the earliest stages of their educational journey through post-secondary education. Trump states in the order, build advancing artificial intelligence education for American youth. Oh my gosh. Fostering a culture of innovation and critical thinking. There's no critical thinking with it. In fact, AI makes you dumber. The order explains will solidify our nation's leadership in the AI-driven future. AI destroys your critical thinking, and in the wrong hands, and I'm sure it's happening right now all over the place, it takes place of you having to think anymore. You don't have to worry about it. Just ask AI. That's one of the biggest problems with it. Probably not addressed a whole lot, but that's, to me, one of the biggest issues with AI is how easily and quickly it can get out of control. People are forming personal relationships with these things already, these programs, these demons. But just trusting in AI for all things, that's the problem. And people are lazy. I've shown you all clips from colleges and even at high school where the teachers get on to the students because they realize all of them are using the same AI programs for their tests or, whatever, their take-home assignments. So, yeah, there's that. Some of these folks don't even know they let the genie out of the bottle, FBI arrests judge, former Catholic Charities administrator, for helping illegal immigrant evade arrest. It's good to see the FBI doing something positive, not going to people's homes because they said something naughty on Facebook. The FBI arrested a Wisconsin judge and former Catholic Charities administrator on Friday for allegedly obstructing a criminal investigation and impeding the arrest of an accused illegal immigrant at her courthouse in Milwaukee earlier this month. So see, again, they have to deal with all these activist judges out here. Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan was arrested after she allegedly hid Mexican national Eduardo Flores Ruiz in a non-public part of the courthouse. Oh my gosh. When federal law enforcement attempted to arrest him on April 18th. Flores had been appearing before Dugan that day for a pretrial conference on 3 misdemeanor battery charges that included allegedly punching someone more than 30 times. That hurts. Ruiz, who had been deported in 2013 before illegally crossing over the border again at an unknown date, also allegedly punched a woman who tried to break up the fight. When she learned federal law enforcement were waiting to arrest Ruiz, Dugan became visibly shaken and directed him and his attorney through a restricted door that allowed them to bypass where agents were waiting. These people, man. FBI Director Kash Patel accused Dugan on Friday of endangering federal law enforcement by effectively requiring an FBI agent and DEA agent to chase Flores Ruiz down on foot before he was ultimately placed in ICE custody. It says, we believe Judge Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, Edward Ruiz allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrest. Thankfully, our agents chased down the perp on foot. He's been in custody since, but the judge's obstruction created increased danger to the public. All right, let's see what this is.
So rare for victims to want to cooperate. They wanted to cooperate. They were sitting in the courtroom with the state prosecutor. The judge learns that ICE was outside to get the guy because he had been deported in 2013, came back in our country, commits these crimes, charged with committing these crimes, victims in court. Judge finds out. She goes out in the hallway, screams at the immigration officers. She's furious, visibly shaken, upset, sends them off to talk to the chief judge. She comes back in the courtroom, you're not going to believe this, takes the defendant and the defense attorney back in her chambers, takes them out a private exit and tells them to leave. While a state prosecutor and victims of domestic violence are sitting in the courtroom.
Wow. You know, Madam Attorney General, great to have you here, and thanks for coming back on America Report. So we remember these words of Tom Homan, the border czar. This was March 17th, and his message on these judges who apparently are trying to get in the way of this administration's efforts. Listen.
I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
So when you see these judges trying to obstruct your efforts to make this country safer, what is your message to them?
We are going to prosecute you, and we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe, actually, that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen, Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really, shame on her. It was a domestic violence case of all cases, and she's protecting a criminal defendant over victims of crime.
In fact, she just had an initial appearance in court. There's also this other case coming out of New Mexico. Judge Joel Cano and his wife were arrested for harboring a TDA member at their home. The alleged TDA member had been picked up by law enforcement, and now he and his wife were picked up and arrested. And you say that you believe, as the Attorney General, that the person that they were having living at their home was a truly potentially bad individual.
Yeah, that's the judge up on the screen now who got arrested. Yeah, his name is Ortega. He was is a known TDA member, So he comes through Eagle Pass, December 2023. He's living in our country. January 2025, ICE, they get a tip. Tom Homan's done a great job. Our FBI did a great job on.
I'm going to stop there. I just want to share a little bit on the activist judges. It's nice to see them actually being arrested, man. It's like, I'm kind of not used to this, so that's good. Brothers Arms, Sheffield. Pub goers rush for cover as a swarm of 3,000 bees interrupt their pints. I guess that's some footage of it. Look at that. That's out in the parking lot of the bar, I believe. There was some other footage online. I don't know if I have it up here today or not. Anyway, the insects landed at the Brothers Arms pub in Healy, Sheffield at 1:30 p.m., swarming over its walls and patio area. Video footage shows hundreds of bees then gathering on a white van, which is parked outside the boozer, with a loud buzzing filling the air as they settle on the bonnet. Errol Edwards, 59, had arrived at the pub to meet up with some mates when he stumbled into the swarm zone. He said, there was a bit of commotion and I saw people running inside. They gave some people, quite a fright. There was another bees swarming people event, and that happened in America, and it wasn't long ago, like 3 months ago or something. Anyway, it's something I'll keep watching. Definitely watch the bees. They play a really large part in our food and food production. UK funeral director shares paranormal encounters. Oh, okay. It's a short article. I'll just move on. I was hoping there was a video. Mayor candidate sorry for Donnie Clown conviction. Remember all the creepy clowns that popped up 2017, 18, 19, those few years? One of those years, there was just like dozens, like all around the world, they were popping up, creepy clowns, and I did videos on those back then. Those videos are gone now, unfortunately, from my old channel, but did multiple videos on the creepy clowns back in the day. A candidate standing to be Doncaster's next mayor has apologized for incidents in which he was prosecuted for dressing up as Donnie Clown and terrifying 2 healthcare workers. Independent candidate Richie Valance said he was deeply sorry for the 2016, okay, goes back then, public order conviction when he dressed up in a Halloween mask and scared the women on their way to the city's hospital. Mr. Valance, who wrote that he wanted to tackle antisocial behavior in the mayoral role, said he was remorseful, adding, "I'm not proud of it, but I have changed a lot since then." He's one of 12 candidates. As part of the sentence imposed at the city's magistrates court in 2016 for the 2 incidents, he was banned from wearing a mask or painting his face. He was handed a 16-week prison sentence as well. A craze of creepy clown sightings swept the UK in 2016. It's believed the incidents followed a trend which began in the United States. I think there were spiritual components to it, but that's me. Thai woman claims to have supernatural hair. This whole thing is in Taiwanese or whatever, so you can't really understand it. But I'll just show you the video of it here. Look at that. That's her hair. It looks like a bunch of gophers. Looks like a bunch of gophers attached to each other or something. Or beavers. Look at that hair. Holy crap. Man. That. You could use that as a weapon. That'd be kind of cool. Put some spikes on the end of it, swing it around and hit people. Bad people. Okay? Not just anybody, but bad people. Defend yourself with it. There you go. How about you? Anybody in the audience today have hair like that by chance? Let us know what it's like. Would you use it as a weapon? I would. But only for bad people. The new iron robot just blew away the world of robotics. So more of these advancements. They just had a dozen of them running a race. Right? The advancement's pretty insane. Just getting more human-like all the time. As humans are being programmed out of their brains by the beast system. That's why you gotta have the Holy Spirit, my friend. Gotta have the Holy Spirit these days, man. Everyone's under attack. In a spiritual sense. There really is warfare going on. And you gotta have that Holy Spirit. You gotta have protection from the enemy out there, from the demons that watch you all the time, from the devil that has come to steal, kill, and destroy, prowling around, searching and seeking. It never ends, and we don't think about it. Most people never think about it. I think about it, but a lot of people don't think about it. Most people don't, but it's really important, and you've got to have Jesus in these days, man. You're living in the end times. Please choose that free gift of salvation. Be saved. Have your soul sealed until your day of redemption. Have your sins wiped clean, past, present, and future. Future because we're in a sinful nature. We're in a sinful flesh suit. So even though when you get saved, it doesn't make you perfect, but you'll still struggle with things. But at least you're struggling now. You're not just giving in or living in sin freely. Now you want it out. You want to root it out. And you got to have the Holy Spirit to help you with that. And He will. Always. Always. Man, these shoes. This is Converse goes satanic. These shoes, man. They're always doing this weird satanic crap with the shoes.
Every day, the world is becoming more godless and demonic. An example of this is Converse rebranding and marketing their entire style by partnering with a guy named Rick Owens. And if you don't know who Rick Owens is, the guy is a complete Satanist. And if you look at the shoe just from a quick glance, it doesn't look like there's anything obvious that they changed. But remember, the devil is in the details. Double dark star, that's a very interesting name, but look at this logo right here. This is part of the photo shoot for the advertisement, clearly demonic. Obviously they're trying to market a different look, and now here's the details. Look at that star right there upside down. You can see the star right here, and there it is right there. And I get it, the first response from a lot of people is we're just gonna go ahead and boycott the brand, we're not gonna wear any more Converse. The reality is, my friend, if you look at every single evil that's happening in the world, there's no escaping it. It's in everything. It's in all of our food. It's in all of the branding. It's in all of the governments. The evil is everywhere. So unless you want to move off into the mountains and live completely off the grid, that's one option. But I believe the best option is to pray for discernment so you're aware of what evils are happening in the world. There's no stopping the evils that are overtaking this world. It's not going to happen. And the reason is because Satan rules this world. And the only truth that can truly set us free is through Jesus Christ. The arms of the Father are wide open for all of those who call on Jesus in repentance of their sins, knowing that without God, our world is broken. Without God, we are broken.
So true, my brother. So true. No fear, man. We're connected to the King of the universe. He's got our backs. Joshua, son of Nun. Cool name. And hey, thank you, man. That's very kind of you. Saying keep up the good work. Man, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for being here. So there we go, guys. There's an early Christmas gift for you. If you're looking for something to buy the kids, get your demonic Converse tennis shoes. Sound good? The new Pope. Let's see what this says. Good one. But you know what? He's copying Juan's style. I can't remember Juan's last name, Baraga or something, but the young man that does exactly that style, he even uses the same music that Juan uses, and that's how Juan does his videos. But that's fine, whatever. I appreciate it either way. Good information. A lot of people have been talking about that as well. Peter the Roman connection. Peter, the Black Pope, the end of the world. We already know it's that season. I've been known for years. So have you. Some of you are new. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you're just now realizing it and figuring it out. But you're living in the end times. Straight up. So instead of keeping your eyes focused on this world and things that you can do in the future, because there won't be one, focus on heaven. Focus on being with our Heavenly Father. Focus on just like the awesomeness all of that's going to be. It's not going to be boring and dumb and stupid like what this world tries to tell us through animations and things like that, always making it seem like you're sitting around playing harps all day and eating grapes. No, man, this is going to be like Avengers movie style stuff and beyond that, I believe. It's just going to be something we can't even fully grasp. And just imagine being in the presence of the Creator. What? Being in His presence? Like in real life? Oh my gosh. Guys, we got so much cool stuff to look forward to. It doesn't have to do with the beast system, so be excited, man. Be ready. Check this out, if you dare.
So right now I'm driving through some back roads in South Carolina, or what used to be back roads, and every time I come down this road, I'm just reminded at how much our state and the low country in South Carolina is being destroyed. If you can't see, that is a new housing development right there. And all along this road is being constructed with new developments. I grew up in this area and my high school is actually on this road. When I was in high school, there was nothing on this road except my school. The only thing that surrounded my school was forest and swamp. So if anybody's telling you that developers are not taking over and cutting down our forest, they're lying. So right now I'm driving through some back roads in South Carolina, or what used to be back roads. And every time I come down this road, I'm just reminded at how much our state and the low country in South Carolina is being destroyed. If you can't see, that is a new housing development right there. And all along this road is being constructed with new developments. I grew up in this area and my high school is actually on this road. When I was in high school, there was nothing on this road except my school. The only thing that surrounded my school was forest and swamp. So if anybody's telling you that developers are not taking over and cutting down our forest, they're lying.
The thing is, the reason I shared this too, it reminded me of this situation in my family. I have an aunt that she'd passed a while back, but she has the same house that they had for, I mean, as long as I remember. It's in Oklahoma, but it's off of this road that I think it's called Sooner Road now. It used to not be there. I remember going to her house when I was little, and they had go-karts. I had a couple cousins over there too. They had go-karts, and we'd build little ramps and bridges and just have a good time. And they had straight up just dirt roads right in front of their house. I mean, there was nothing out there, man. It was totally isolated, which was awesome. So it was out in the middle of nowhere, at least at the time. Now, I wish I could show you a picture. It's like something out of the movies, man. Like I've seen this story. There was one in New York City. Someone did this, but she was the only one that didn't sell her land in her home and all that. So all these developers have been coming around for like 10 years. Now, when you go by there, I mean, all of these brand new big house additions surrounding my aunt's house, and it's the only one there. And it's surrounded. I mean, every bit of land around her is just taken and surrounded by all these big houses, neighborhoods. There's a 4-lane highway now in front of her house. Dude, seriously, it's crazy. So like this guy's saying, when I grew up, there's nothing there. Same thing, man. That's just seeing how things develop and how crazy it's gotten. But there you go. Pretty crazy. And she's passed, so I don't know what my cousin's going to do with that house. Probably going to sell it eventually. Test it. Oh, here's one for you dog owners, okay? This is specifically for the dog owners out there. And it's a little something you might be able to try with your pet. See what happens. See what you think about this.
If you're a dog person and you've been around dogs a lot and all of that, notice that when dogs are playing with each other and they're really getting into it, sometimes it's rough, they will do this. That little fake sneeze. Dogs do that. That's a communication tactic between dogs, and they're basically saying, I'm not being serious. I just want to play. This isn't for real. If you do that to a dog, they will lose their mind. Look at their face when you do it. It's the same 100% of the time, and this has worked with every dog I've ever done it with. Fake sneeze to a dog, go pss, pss. They will look at you like someone taught him. He knows how to talk to us. It's like you're speaking their language. Try it. Just try. Any dog will work. Any dog. Try it after you watch this video.
Man, I hope some of y'all are trying it right now. Let me know. Let us know in the comments if any of y'all try it with your dogs and it works. Also got to shout out Scott Beck. Thank you so much, sir. It's very kind of you. Appreciate that. Says Christ is King. Stay focused, brothers and sisters. I agree, sir. Great message. Yeah, let us know about your doggies. If they be tripping. Kanye West's neighbors hear men dressed in black chanting and doing push-ups. This is a really weird one. In a warehouse. Okay, so tucked away in the industrial heart of Los Angeles, Kanye West's enigmatic warehouse is more than just a creative space. This compound is ground zero for West's unfiltered imagination, from fashion prototypes to unreleased music and architectural experiments. However, West's neighbors are growing concerned, if that's even still him, over what's going on in the warehouses, as they've reportedly filed noise complaints and reported odd sightings.
Now at noon, people living on the edge of East Hollywood near Koreatown say a famous new neighbor is becoming a noisy nuisance. Yi, the artist for Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. Neighbors are making accusations of some bizarre behavior, including loud noise and disturbing graffiti.
KTLA 5's Kimberly Chang is live outside that Beverly Boulevard building with the details. Kimberly?
Hi, this warehouse is right across the street from an elementary school, and it's adjacent to homes and businesses in the area. If you take a look behind me, you can see that it's surrounded by a black gate. Most neighbors tell us they aren't aware of what goes on behind those gates, other than they've heard loud music, sometimes late at night.
I have no idea what it is. It's kind of a mystery to me. So, yeah, but I have heard loud music coming from it.
This nondescript warehouse is a center of noise and other complaints, and according to multiple neighbors, is used by rapper Ye, also known as Kanye West, for parties, rehearsals, and
Gross.
casting calls.
Look at
Police
my
have
house.
responded here multiple times in the past. LAPD confirmed they received 7 noise complaints since the beginning of the year, but no action was ultimately taken. Police were also called out to the area near Kingsley and Beverly after a swastika was spray painted on the white walls of this building. Neighbors say the music is blaring from speakers, sometimes late at night. Ye is no stranger to controversy and has been accused of making anti-Semitic comments before. Last month, a flyer with Ye's name on it was circulated seeking all male volunteers for a, quote, hooligan choir. In both letters, it read, quote, no fat people and must be comfortable wearing swastikas, and had this location listed. We spoke with neighbors who saw the swastika and thought it was disturbing.
It's just across the street from the school, and I don't think kids should necessarily deal with that imagery, especially if they don't understand what those things mean. They put up metal walls now. We don't really know what's going on. And then it was like a chanting of lot of like only men all dressed in black. So it's just been like very weird to see.
There's like raves and concerts here in the weekends. And then in the weekdays, there's been noises. There's been groups of men doing like push-ups and exercises over here. And you can hear music like blaring from the parking lot.
Neighbors say this has been going on for the past few months, sometimes multiple days in a row and sometimes a few times a week. One neighbor told me that he did try and talk to the security guards at this location, but nothing was done. Reporting live here in East Hollywood, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
Thanks, Kimberly. Good job. Pretty much. As far as reporting goes, it's a good job. So what do you think they're doing in there? I'm immediately thinking some kind of ritual. You got a bunch of people dressed in black doing all that and chanting at night together. Here's the new one. Here's a new one for you. This one's really been a big deal this week. I've been seeing it in a lot of places. I've got the actual video of it, and I'll show him in a little bit. But this guy has come out claiming that he's the Mahdi, M-A-H-D-I, Middle Eastern savior, our Antichrist. Of course, I don't believe him. I already believe who I know. I already believe I already know who it is, and other people believe it's the same person too. That's going to be the Mahdi. If you really look into who I'm thinking of, there's so much symbolism around there. It's not even funny. You should look into Jonathan Kleck's work on Obama and the Mahdi. It's very interesting. So the Mahdi. So no, but you know what? The Bible even tells us in these days there'll be many antichrists, right? And so be aware, keep your head on a swivel. But here's, I guess, the latest. Let me see if I've got the actual just clip of him talking, the guy. No. All right, I'll come back to this and we'll just check this guy's out right here. Hey, Scott Beck, thank you, man. Says you always have the best videos. Keep up the great work. Man, I always really appreciate that. I mean that because... You know, like I just don't, you know, having my big channel gone and all this stuff and being out where I'm at, on the different channels. I don't get near any kind of views or even responses from people anymore, and that's just something I've had. It's a humbling thing, and it's something I've just had to deal with just to stay in it. You know what I mean? So it's not complaining about views. I mean, I'm good. I'm at peace where I'm at, and I understand, and it's the way things work, But sometimes I do wonder, man, are people getting these things, and people seeing it? Is it getting out there? And what do they think? I hope it's good, because I don't know what y'all thinks. It's like I make the things I think are good that I like, too, and I'm always hoping that it translates. But anyway, man, thank you. It's very kind of you. I appreciate it. All right, let's check it out.
Videos asking me to do a response video to it. This guy is claiming to be the Mahdi. For those of you that watch my videos, for so long I've been teaching on the Mahdi being our biblical antichrist. So let's take a look, and then I'm going to respond.
The Mahdi has appeared in order to invite people to a final covenant with God. And the Quran said, "We never punish until we have sent a messenger. And I am that messenger. I am a messenger to the Muslims from Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam. I am a messenger to the Christians from Jesus, the son of Mary."
Not only has he said that, but he also said this.
"Now, O Christians in the East and the West, hear me and obey. I am a messenger sent to you from Jesus Christ alayhi salam. Paul is false and led you astray. The church is corrupt and no longer upholds the law of God, nor does it defend the oppressed. The papacy has been stolen and the rightful heir has been pushed aside. There is no one else but me that you are obliged to obey. May God be a witness that I have proclaimed."
Before I speak, I want to be extremely clear when I say this. This video is not saying he is the Antichrist. I'm not saying that. Could he be? We'd have to wait to see. I do know he has ancient spirits, and he is an Antichrist and a false prophet, claims to be the Mahdi. For those of you that's watched my content for a long time, for more than 10 years I've been teaching that the Mahdi is our Antichrist. Learned it from Perry Stone, then did my own research. Give you a few quick patterns of how the Mahdi matches the biblical Antichrist. Both are political and military global leaders. Both promote a one-world religion. The Mahdi will establish Islam. Both will persecute Jews and Christians that don't follow him. Both will end up controlling Jerusalem for a time. Both are associated with miracle events. Both are linked to a 7-year rule. Both will be involved in peace agreements. This is some, there are a lot more. I'm not saying he is the Antichrist, but something intriguing he said. Antichrist will make a covenant with many for 7 years. It, of course, involves the temple. When he said this, it made me go,
"I am inviting you to the 7th and final covenant between God and mankind. Accepting this covenant is the only thing that will save you."
I want to emphasize, I am not saying he's the Antichrist, but the Bible calls us to do our due diligence. Let's say hypothetically that he keeps pushing this 7th and final covenant. Let's say he becomes involved in temple talk. When Gog and Magog happens, he unites the Muslim world, promotes the 7th covenant. Be interesting. I'm not saying he's the Antichrist. I'm observing and I'm doing more videos. Hit follow for more.
All right. Thank you, sir. I'm trying to see. I found him on TikTok originally. I can't remember his name or his handle, but I always like him. Tokyo has some very interesting logos on some of their entertainment clubs. Yeah, I'd say. Very interesting.
Okay, I'm in Tokyo. You guys see anything weird? Do you see anything weird? I'll post it on the screen. I don't know. Well, I do know. Okay. This is very odd. You got this right here. I look into the symbols and whatnot. It looks like they even have it here too. Not sure. I'm gonna look what this means, what this is, this place. Stay tuned. Okay, I just looked it up. I found out what it is. It's an adult entertainment club. And get this. Look who's right in front of the place. It's right behind me. Police. Why is the police right in front of an adult entertainment club with the symbols? Not a coincidence. Just saying.
Good stuff, sir. Maver, is it Maverick Approach. Sorry. So that's his handle if you want to check him out. Maverick Approach. He's right here.
Okay,
I'm following him.
Tokyo. You guys see anything?
Maverick Approach. That is interesting. Right by the coppers, too. Okay, now here's the guy, and here's the guy claiming to be the Mahdi.
I am Abdullah, the successor of Imam al-Mahdi alayhi salam, the successor of the Comforter Ahmed, the successor of Simon Peter, the successor of Muhammad, the successor of Jesus Christ. I am the true and legitimate Pope. I am the proof upon the Christians. I am the son of the Muslims through my father, and the son of the Christians and the Jews through my mother. I am the son of the East through my father, and the son of the West through my mother. I am like Zulkarnain, who with one horn in the East and one in the West. And I am the inheritor of all that lies between. I am more knowledgeable than any false pope, and I am appointed by name in the will of the prophets. My name is also on the tongue of Isaiah, who prophesied of the righteous servant, and he said, he will see his offspring and prolong his days, and the will of the Lord will prosper in his hand. I am Abdullah.
So there we go. You decide. Like I said, there's going to be many antichrists. He looks like the lead singer of a new metal band from the early 2000s to me. A LARP.
So there's actually...
Why did I have this one up? Oh. No big deal. I included a couple I didn't mean to include, just things I was watching. Check this out.
Know how the world hates the truth? Calling it a lie. We know it's probably true. All right, so you know how the world hates the truth? So if the world is calling it a lie, we know it's probably truth, right? Israel 365 News posted this. The secret rapture in Israel. I know so many people who comment on my post talking about there's no such thing as a secret rapture. Y'all are speaking like the world. It states the Jews are excluded from this rapture, but later are converted to become a part of the 144,000 who preach the gospel to those left behind. Then they try to disprove it by talking about Darby. How many people have commented that? I can already...
Seriously, if any of y'all are stuck on that Darby thing, man, you're lacking wisdom, okay? That's been debunked a million times. I've shown the debunks of it. It's easily debunked. So please don't get caught up on, oh, you believe in that Darby stuff. No, man. No, man. People twist that around. He was a Freemason on top of it all. No, man. He didn't develop the idea of the rapture. It's been in the Bible all along. Multiple places. Cody. Good to see you, man. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Says, not the Antichrist, just another lunatic cult member. LOL. Indeed.
Already disproved that by Ephraim the Syrian. He died in 373, and he spoke of a pre-trib rapture, y'all. In his writing on the last times, the Antichrist, and the end of the world, he stated, woe to those who desire to see the day of the Lord, for all the saints and elect of God are gathered prior to tribulation that is to come, and are taken to the Lord, lest they see the confusion that is to overwhelm the world because of our sins. Clearly stating a pre-trib rapture. So we can throw this piece of the article in the trash. Then it starts talking about anti-Semitism in the secret rapture. Because why? Because they hate the truth. Anti-Semitism is reflected in this teaching of the secret rapture. According to the secret rapture teaching, Jesus is coming back, but the Jews are left behind. He is not coming back for them, but only for the Christians. It states the third temple will be used by the Antichrist in this teaching after the rapture. He will take over the third temple. Those who are teaching this idea use this proof text. The day of the Lord shall not come until the falling away comes first, and the man of sin is revealed, the son of perdition, who exalts himself above all that is called God or that is worshipped, so that he sits as God in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. I just want to take a moment to congratulate everyone on this app who is teaching about the pre-trib rapture, y'all. Pat yourself on the back because you're making Satan angry. Every day we get a little closer to persecution of Christians. So all that shows me is that we're getting close to his return.
Love it. Thank you, my sister. Love it. Good stuff. It's from Itty Bitty
All
Terra.
right, so you know how the world hates the truth?
Itty Bitty Terra over on X, if you want to find that video and share it. Satan hates the preacher of rapture. Found something interesting also this week I'm about to share. It's up here on the show. I'll talk about it when we get there, but it has to do with this very subject. Here's, I've been looking for more giant human videos. It's been a while, but here's one that just popped up. It's from Brazil. There for a while, there were a few coming out. I even did a video, a little compilation with some of these giants people believe they're seeing out here. Here's one right here. It's only 22 seconds, but I played a few times. Look at that. That's a big person from that far away. It's a really big dude. Maybe it is just some big dude. Hard to say. Some of those other giant videos were definitely a lot more interesting. So who knows? Maybe that's just a really big guy. I don't know. But from the distance is what I'm looking at. So here's the people way over there on the hill. Just, yeah, I get it. All right, maybe. But a lot of those happen like that with the giant videos. They're recording them on top of mountains a lot of the time. This is a very interesting observation about death.
When people pass away, there's two kinds of smells. RNs have been giving me all the details that I didn't ask for, by the way, but okay. People die every day in hospitals, right? And who is taking care of them? Nurses, CNAs, people like that. One of my friends is an RN. They said that when someone passes, this kind of scared me a little bit. It'll either be peaceful or it'll be like terror. The peaceful passing leaves like this sweet smell in the room. Very calm. The loved one says sometimes that they see other loved ones coming back to collect them. But on the flip, that other part, they'll start crying out that their feet are burning. They'll say that they're very hot. They start screaming about dark beings in the corner of the room. One even said that the one that was passing grabbed a loved one and said, "They're real," then screamed out and passed away. Oh my God. The emails that I got, she was a nurse for the ICU. There was a patient in there that was a ward of the state. He already had a DNR. Yes. Do not resuscitate. Everything was good. Everything was fine. They had to turn him every 2 hours. They start hearing him scream, "Get out of here. What are you doing here? Get out of here." Check the screens. Nothing was in there. They go in there to check on him thinking maybe he was just like, panicking or something. Crashing. All of his numbers start going bad. I don't know what they were. I'm not a nurse. At the exact same time, his caseworker called. The nurse asked, I need to know, what his code is. And he did say, yes, he confirmed that he's a DNR. And before she could even get back to the patient, he was gone. A week later, she said that if they're short-staffed or something, that they're not allowed to leave and go to the restroom, so they'll use the restroom in rooms that are empty at the time. And yes, they do have housekeeping come in and clean them, but she went to use the restroom and she kind of left the door cracked a little bit, the bathroom door, and boom, shut on her. It did it again another time. That's the only room it's ever happened to her at. My friend, that's an RN, said that when the one passes that's saying that it's hot and that there's feet are burning and all of that, it smells like sulfur, this really horrid, scary smell. Can't be explained from coming from anywhere in the body. Am I a nurse? No. But do I believe him? Yes. Are you an RN, a nurse, or anything like that? Have you ever had anything happen to you like that? Have you ever smelled that smell? I need to know if that happens to other people. When people...
It's pretty wild. It made me think of a scene from a movie called Ghost with Patrick Swayze. You ever seen that movie? I don't want to spoil anything, but there is a really wild scene where a bad guy dies, but then in the movie, they're still kind of talking they're out of their body now, but they still look the same. But this bad guy dies, and all of a sudden, from all around the city that he's in, he starts seeing the little black shadow creatures popping up in different corners and under cars and all over the place, and then eventually a whole bunch of them rush him and grab him and pull him to hell. It's a scary scene, but it's kind of what that reminds me of. I don't plan on ever having a situation like that myself. There's even doctors that have put, they've taken pieces of paper and written words and even numbers on them and put them on top of shelves or cabinets inside of the rooms with patients. And they did this long ago because they were getting some of the, I can't remember which doctor did it or how many do it, but I remember reading this. But they were having so many people talking about leaving their body and floating and seeing everybody in the room that they wanted to test it. So they started putting those things up there. I don't remember how that worked out. I showed y'all this one last week. Shape-shifting Elvis. If you remember. Check this out. About AI.
Fucking tell me how nobody else is talking about AGI. Nobody. I have friends in very high up places. Very, very high up places, okay? Not connected to one another. To give you perspective, one of my friends has had lunch with practically every president, okay? Very good friends with directors of 3-letter agencies. The other one is training these agencies, okay? Both give me a phone call the other day and they go, hey buddy. I'm like, what's up? They're like, how are you? I'm like, I'm good. What's up? Well, we're here to ruin your day, Marcel, because we think AGI is going to be done in 6 months. AI safety is so shit that if AGI comes out in 6 months, let me paint a picture for you, baby. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Power grid goes out. Pentagon predicts 94% of the population dead if the power grid goes out within 30 days. Now, let's just say you're part of the 6%. You live on a farm or some shit. AI, and this is fucking Grok. Go talk to Grok AI and ask it what would happen in this scenario, okay? Grok AI says it would literally use our drones, our fucking missiles, nukes, whatever the fuck it wants. Think about Terminator, okay? Judgment Day, 2029. This is happening before then. It's crazy. We're all gonna get and there's only one way to fix this. Everybody talks about it and slows these goddamn companies down.
Dude.
They're racing against one another to end the fucking world. Please share this. It's not even a fucking joke.
Jeepers. Language, young man. Goodness gracious. I'm glad they bleeped a lot of that stuff out. But some solid points. It's kind of trippy to think about. It's like that movie War Games where AI takes over, and I guess it came close to starting a war with Russia, right? Is that what the movie was about? War Games. Matthew Broderick. Let me jump over here and mix it up a little. Let's see what's on. Oh, actually, those are my Mavis. I want to come back to that in a little bit. Here we go. Let's check some of this out.
And you have to remember for the...
Little girl claims she met Jesus. He miraculously healed her. I'll start back here.
About 4 to 6 hours throughout the day, every day. And it was confirmed that she had these two disorders by not only a head guy from the pediatric gastroenterology department in Dallas Children's Hospital, but also from the guru of pediatric gastroenterology in Boston, Dr. Samuel Nurko, and they proved it through manometry testing.
Wow. Wow. So she...
Annabelle was working toward that end of it whenever everything happened. Most people are on feeding tubes, they have colostomy bags. I mean, it's just very, very hard. And so my faith was just God healer. And then Kevin gave an analogy back then where he felt like he learned real quick, even though we knew it, that God is everything but a Coke machine God. And you can put as many quarters as you possibly can into that vending machine worth prayers and pray and pray and pray. And it doesn't mean you're going to get your answer. But that doesn't mean that God isn't a big God. And I took that and pondered over it for a long time. And then I finally got angry and I cried out to God and I just said, do you not hear me? Do you not see this? Do you not see her suffering? Where are you? And I was very angry. And
that's a human reaction, though. I mean, it's a human reaction, and it's a parent's reaction, right? And knowing what you know now, knowing how much God loves us, he understands, I think, those moments where we're like, God, what is going on here? But it's so human, what you're describing.
It is. And, immediately he told me, Christy, I love her more than you could ever love her. She was mine before she was yours. You don't even understand the depths of hurt I have for her pain.
Wow.
And I just was like, oh.
And you felt that from him right away after that crying out.
And after that, I would not say that I had a perfect prayer life, because I would go in and out of bouts of frustration with God. But I knew that no matter what happened, he was God. And I didn't want to believe the worst was going to happen, but I knew he was still God.
Wow. You know, and so you're on that journey, you're dealing with that frustration and anger. And in 2011, and this is the basis of the book and the movie, and it's pretty incredible. And we'll get into the ins and the outs of how people have reacted to this. But an event happened in 2011 that changed everything. A very traumatic and shocking event in the moments for you guys that involved your daughter. Take us through what happened with this tree that she ended up trapped in for hours.
Yes. We had actually just returned from Boston, one of Annabelle's last visits to Boston when she was very ill. They had to keep her overnight, well, actually for several days, because she was obstructed again. We were not anticipating that. We knew she wasn't doing well. We were not expecting to have to stay. Annabelle, that was when she gave up mentally. She had always fought so hard. But it was there that she said, you know, Mommy, I just want to die and go to heaven and be with Jesus where there's no more pain. And she gave up. She would not get out of the bed. She would not walk. She would not fight. And so we get home, and I am now calling doctors to try to get her in for psychiatric care. But in the midst of all that, she's still being a kid. And she's laying on the couch like she always was, in the fetal position with her little heating pad, watching her cartoons. And then all of a sudden she came in and she said, Mommy, I think I'm going to try to go outside and climb trees with Abby and Adeline. And I said, are you sure? And she said, yeah, I want to try. And if I can't handle it, I'll come back. Well, unbeknownst to me, Abby, the firstborn, who could be quite convincing, had been working on Anna and had been trying very hard to get her up off that couch that day because she desperately needed it. And so Anna did. And they went to a grove of trees that we have. And there's something about a bird's nest. And Abby was enticing Anna to climb up and come see the bird's nest with the eggs and the mamas. And anyway, climb up and come see the bird's nest with the eggs and the mamas. And anyway, so monstrous tree. It is about 30 feet in the air. Go in that little nook, and then I'll come down below you and help you get down. It was so...
I'll go and stop there. I think we know where it's going. No offense to the lady, but it's all right. But you can see the whole thing. It's 30 minutes long. Little girl claims she met Jesus. That's what I was wanting to find, but it's okay. We'll go ahead and move on. But you can check this out on CBN News. Artificial intelligence has grown beyond human knowledge, says Google's DeepMind unit. A new agentic approach called streams will let artificial intelligence models learn from the experience of the environment without human, quote, prejudgment. I mean, just the things, again, they're doing with this artificial intelligence, and opening it up like this now. We want it to think for itself, you know. The world of AI has recently been preoccupied with advancing generative AI beyond simple tests that AI models easily pass. The famed Turing test has been beaten in some sense, and controversy rages over whether the newest models are being built to game the benchmark tests that measure performance. In a paper posted by DeepMind last week, part of a forthcoming book by MIT Press, researchers propose that AI must be allowed to have, quote, experiences of a sort, interacting with the world to formulate goals based on signals from the environment. Incredible new capabilities will arise once the full potential of experiential learning is harnessed. Let me see. I guess I'll move on. A bunch of science talk, but excuse me. But again, with the AI, how quickly it's advancing here.
Right, so I've wrangled you back here to come.
Another one from CBN. I should be dead. Actor praises God after defying odds with miracle survival. Let's check some of this out from this young man.
And then the Ontario sides, because we're right on the border. So we used to make a joke that if you fell out, depending on your insurance, you might want to swim left or right. And so, like I said, 12-foot Moravia rafts. I got a full team. I have another guide in the front. I'm in the back. It's a single paddle setup. So, it's not an oar system where you paddle both. It was just a single paddle. So I actually guide and direct, but I also verbally yell at everybody. So I got 6 people on the left, 6 on the right. So, if you want to turn, you'd be like, hey, back on the left, forward on the right. We had different speeds, first gear, second gear, third gear. And anyway, we're going full on. I'm like, all right, we're third gear, all ahead. We want to get as much momentum as we can and punch through these waves and have a good time. So we come rocking into that first wave, and they're big. Like, they're pretty big waves. It's a rush. It freaks you out. It's exciting. It's fun. And overall, quite harmless. I use that word cautiously because it's still the river. It's still water. You still want to respect for it. But hey, I mean, we're taking people down and we're hitting in. We're having a great time. We've had several people go through already. And so anyway, we just happen to be in the right place at the right time. We come down, we hit that first wave, and everybody's like, woo! And they all lift up and they stop paddling, and we lose a little momentum. We're like, and we come back down and we start surfing, and we're like, woo! We're like up and down and up. And when we went up, like, I can see, the boat in front of me, and it's like, it's up there. I'm like, whoa, I'm looking at them, and these 2 guys in the front just pop right up. First guy gone. We'll pick him up at the bottom. It's normal. The other guy happened to just grab onto my life jacket. Now, I mean, it's not his fault. I would have done the same thing if I'm falling out of a raft and I'm like, you're grabbing and reaching. Well, he grabs on it and boom, pulls me over the back. Almost lost my balance there. That's literally what happened, though. He pulls me over the back, and we had a little foot strap inside. You're not tied in because that's dangerous, but there's a little strap that you can kind of hook your foot on just so you don't fall out every single rapid. Well, I'm hanging onto that thing because I'm like, all right, I got to shake this guy off, And the water's still pouring down behind us, so we're kind of doing this surf thing. I still have my paddle in, and I'm keeping it straight, and the guy in the front is helping me, and we're going back and forth, and I'm like yelling at people like, oh, forward, and like people are paddling, they're into it, but this guy's still hanging off of me, and I'm like going back deeper and deeper, and eventually I'm kind of getting waterboarded behind me, so it's like in the water, I'm like out, okay, all right, back in, back out. So I'm already kind of getting a little bit exhausted and a little beat up, and I can't shake this dude. Like, he was a big bodybuilder guy, and I'm like, dang, man, I'm gonna have to bail. Like, I can't physically get back into the boat because I'm wrapped around. I don't want to bail and tip us, but what do? I'm running out of energy. I'm running out of strength, and so eventually I'm like, I gotta bail. And in my mind, I'm like, sorry, everybody. So I take my foot out of the strap. I go back upside down. I'm like, getting rocked left, right, upside down. That's normal. I'm feeling it. My ears, though, all of a sudden go, and I'm like, oh, wow, that hurt. Okay. Dang, I must have went deeper than normal. That's crazy. And all of a sudden, I just feel this pressure on my body. I'm like, wow, I went down pretty fast. Okay. Obviously, I'm in what's known as the green room. That's what all the veterans would talk about. They used to call it the green room on this particular rapid. And I'd never personally been there before, but they call it the green room because just deep enough that the sunlight kind of makes everything green, but you're also so deep you're in another current. So there's the surface current, right, that my raft is still up on, having their time. And I went down to a second current that kind of does its own thing.
Were you panicked at that point at all? Like, was there any part of you that was like, this isn't good? Or were you kind of like, I can get out of this?
No, I kind of immediately was like, okay, the ears hurt, the pressure's on, I'm feeling this depth. So I was pretty calm, and I was like, all right, must be the green room. Okay, so I open my eyes, I look around, I'm like, wow, yeah, it's kind of, everything's dark green. This is kind of beautiful. At the same time, I was like, all right, I got to swim out of here. So I'm trying to swim. I'm still hanging on to my paddle because as a guide, you don't let your paddle go. Everybody make fun of you. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just trying to swim and I can't do anything. I'm just getting ripped around and upside down and torn. And it's like the pressure. And I was like, wow, okay, I got to chill. So I chill and I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting. And I'm like, man, I'm already not at maximum oxygen because of what happened on the surface. So what I got left is all I got left. And I'm like hanging on to it. And eventually I have to let go of my paddle. I know that I need to just go limp and relax my muscles so that the oxygen that is in my blood, hopefully I can just go as slow as possible. So I got to just relax, chill out, and go with the flow. And so I'm floating along and I'm going with it. And I'm quite logical about it. I'm not panicked yet. But I know that I'm running out of oxygen and I can feel that. And that's starting
That's
to
a
bring
terrifying
little bit
feeling. That's a scary feeling.
Yeah. And I know that there's nothing I can do. Because I mean, it's one thing you learn as a guide is you can't beat the river. You just have to learn how to work with it. And so I know that I can't outswim this thing. I can't out muscle it. Sort of had this moment of like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. Did I panic? Probably to a degree. Probably was like, I'm finished. Like, I have nothing left. This is one of the scariest moments of my life.
Like, you thought, I'm going to die at this point. I'm assuming like this doesn't
100%. 100%.
Where were the people at this point? Were like the guy who was holding on to you, like, because you're probably thinking, I can't speak for you, but as this is going on, oh, these people will come and get me, or somebody will come and help me. Like, where were they all at that point?
No, I didn't think of any of that because I knew I was in that second current, and that current's probably 12 to 15 feet below the surface. You're not walking, everything's done. So I didn't even think of that, of course, in the moment. In the moment, I was just dealing with what was at hand, which was I'm finished. I trust in you, Lord, and I'm in your hands now. And
like heaven is at hand at that point in your mind. I mean, it's like I'm going to be God now. Like, this is what's crazy about you being here talking about this, and obviously the career you've had and everything you've done. What you just mentioned, the time underwater, right? 3 minutes alone would be enough to make you be in a vegetative state potentially, and you then are rescued, which we could talk about in a second here, but you're rescued out of this. You have this crazy, insane, quick recovery, and you're completely fine. I mean, reflect on that, because that...
All right, I'll go and stop there. I mean, that's a pretty interesting story. It took him a while to get there, though. But, you know, that's okay. You try to give people room. Southern California mayor's twisted plan to wipe out homeless people sparks widespread condemnation.
Well, if this is the golf course, then my piece of property is right here at the second hole, tee, right there. And so this year was going to be our dream year. So that's that. But talking about homeless, it sounds like you want to kind of enclose all these homeless people in one territory. And
what I want to do is give them free fentanyl. I mean, that's what I want to do.
Do what?
I want to give them free fentanyl.
Did you hear what he said? He's wanting to give them free fentanyl. The Southern California mayor sparked mass condemnation after revealing he'd give homeless residents, quote, all the fentanyl they want in an effort to wipe them out. Wow. You know, that's a very kind of New World Order way to see things, isn't it? That's from a mayor also. Mayors are, you know, historically usually somebody that's beloved. I mean, it's kind of changed over the years, but a spokesman for the people, you know. R. Rex Parris, the mayor of Lancaster, made the remarks in front of stunned residents and council members at a city council meeting earlier in the year, but footage of the speech just emerged. Huge swaths of California have been gripped by fentanyl crisis as the highly addictive and deadly drug becomes more accessible and affordable on the streets. They say that 2 milligrams of the substance is enough to kill you. Wow, 2 milligrams. That is freaky. That's why we've seen stories about some police officers have gotten sick after touching it, you know, on suspects or whatever, just touching the stuff, and it absorbs in like that. And that's how powerful it is. It actually messes them up, you know. So most of California is also in the grips of a housing crisis as home costs soar and new developments stagnate. So here's what the guy says, what I want to do is give them all free fentanyl, he says. I mean, that's what I want to do. I want to give them all they want. Yeah. Okay, so people, of course, went after him. You could imagine. Yeah, that's really a horrible way to see things, I'd say. What about you're praying for them, right? Trying to get some kind of help? Hey, if I pronounce this right, Imsol Ocean and Sun. Cool name. Hey, thank you so very much. That's very, very, very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for being here. New Mexico Democrat judge resigns after ICE arrests alleged Trendeagra gang member in his home. We saw that earlier. But look at this guy. He thought he was cool. Look at him posing with the gang members. Oh my gosh. It's cringe. Look at this guy. Thinks he's so cool. That's a loony lefty for you. Dudes like that give us white folk a bad name, I tell you. They make us all look like that, unfortunately. A lot of people look at all white people like that, you know, corny, cheesy, so wanting to be a part of people of culture, or people of color culture, if you will, you know. It's like, oh my goodness. It's like you're dealing with real bad people here. Here's this. All right, there you go. Mr. Cool. All right, Mr. Cool. Yikes. Some loud vehicle. It's probably a motorcycle. It says, this is what's now known amongst the cabbie population in London. Oh, this is that whole kind of thing about that video we saw on Starmer, Keir Starmer earlier.
This is what is now known amongst the cabbie population in London. One, that Keir Starmer and his wife separated.
Yep, heard that story, yeah.
The second is that he has a child out of wedlock.
Yep, that's what everyone's talking about.
And the third one is that he's a bisexual.
Yep, heard that one as well.
And he's been having an affair with Lord Ali.
Right.
So this is what...
So there you go. There's where that stuff comes from. It's interesting. The cabbie population too, you know. The cabbies, especially in any city for a long period of time, they're going to know. They're going to know things. They're going to know secrets. It's the way that works. They're sitting in the same
That's
spot
what we're coming into, conspicuous
all day, but they're interacting with people from just all different walks of life, with different stories for years on end, you know. All right, let's check this out.
That's what we're coming into, conspicuous signs, wonders, and miracles. So he's pulling the body right now into a wave of holiness and righteousness through the love of the Father and through administering that love to people. And that's going to be the stark contrast to what we see, because when these things start to be exposed, when we start to see demons walking among men again and giants among men again, like it was in the days of Noah, it's going to be so clear and it's going to be so dark, because they will have no respect for people, no love for people, and they will teach people to hate each other. That's what we're coming into, conspicuous signs, wonders, and miracles. So he's pulling the body right now into...
Good stuff, good observation. I'd even argue that in a way they're already here. You know, we've demon face syndrome and whatnot, but they've been here. But yeah, they're manifesting more. We'll see more of that for sure. Hashtag me too on that one, sir. We're closing in on 2 years since Maui. Oh boy. And still, look what's happened. Little's left of Lahaina aside from the magnificent banyan tree. But where's all the rebuilding, right? I mean, seriously. What happened to all the families? Crap. All right, no music. Lahaina Town Update, April 2025. Look at that, man. A wasteland. It used to be a really popular bar and restaurant district right there. Very touristy. I lived in Maui for a couple of years, y'all know. Some of y'all know. So I spent time out there. I was in the Coast Guard. So we'd go out there quite a bit to Lahaina, hang out. Yeah, that tree was there. Amazing that it's still there. But it's so crazy to look at that. It's just like a parking lot. It used to be filled with buildings. Filled all around. And it's still just a big parking lot. It's crazy. Yeah. We need where's the hard-hitting documentary or docu-series or something from ABC, NBC, or CBS reporters, right? And getting to the bottom of the story, going and finding the family, is getting an update. You know, it's like, of course not, not for the mainstream. But hopefully, you know, there's some citizen journalists and reporters out there all over the place. There's a YouTube channel, Hawaii Real Estate, has always done a really good job of staying on top of that. When we go back to YouTube here, I'll do that now. Let me see what I was watching this one for. I was going to share some clips he was sharing, but I think this is just one there's another one coming up from him we'll check out, I think, here. Hawaii. Oops. Real estate. There he is. So let's see. So he does real estate, obviously, but let's see. Maui short-term vacation, new video angle of. Ooh, I guess there was something big happened out there a couple months ago. So he doesn't have a lot. Let me see if there's any updates at all. Nope, like he's been busy, still doing his channel. Oh, here's this. This is from 5 months ago, though.
Feeling pretty hot right now?
It sure is.
It's hot, right? Well, guess what? The heat has been on for a very long time for the people from this town. Yeah. In all seriousness, the heat is still on, and it's actually getting hotter. Things are drying out on this island. So it's bad enough that they burned it down. Mm-hmm. We all know kind of who they are. At least we're starting to figure it out. Yeah. And this video is about how you and I and Christian no longer have to support those people. You can call them the elites, you can call them Black Street and Black Rock or State Street, or right. There's all kinds of, we all know all roads lead to Rome, right? There's no question that all your money is flowing in a big way, I think, to these consolidated corporations. And so Christian was kind enough to come all the way over here to Lahaina a couple times now to help put together a project where we can stop contributing to the elites, and an opportunity basically to make what we're calling the switch for Lahaina.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
Yeah, so what's kind of extra fun to me about this whole idea is the elites assume you're not going to switch. They kind of know, I think they expect you're so busy, how could you actually get in the zone and pay attention for a few minutes, learn about the opportunity to switch where you get your basics around the house stuff, unplug spending from them long term, like for the rest of your life you could do.
Oh, this is a business thing. All right, never mind. Move on. I'm sure there's a little bit more of an update, but he was always really good on staying on top of it. But who knows, man? It's probably hard to stay in touch with all the people. They all got dispersed, so a lot of them might not even be on the island anymore, which would be a real shame, especially, so a lot of the people there are locals, live on that island. Most are, which means there's generations, in many cases.
What's not biblical is dispensation.
So there's this guy. So JP follows JC. I first found this guy over on TikTok, and I liked some of his videos, But then I just found this. So he's unfortunately one of these guys. Also, he's into the little season. He's one of these guys. So through this, I realized that's another reason why I'm seeing this big rise of little season talk, and preterism and all this is there's an anti-rapture connection to it. There's an anti-harpazo, which is biblical, right? So I believe in a spirit, like that's another reason why. You'll see. Watch this.
Sensationalism, correct. That can be debunked based on the Bible, but you can't debunk the little season. The only thing you can really do is ask for more evidence. There's not enough reason for me to believe it. And you know what? Fine. Like if that's where you're at in your walk, I'm not going to try to force this down your throat. But people do need to understand that this is a biblical thing that will happen, if not already is happening. If we're wrong, I still do think it's worth discussing. What is this time supposed to be like? What is the little season supposed to be like? I want more information about it. It should be at least discussed because the Antichrist, Mark of the Beast stuff is discussed ad nauseum. So why can't we have a little more study about this? Nothing would make me happier to be wrong and get raptured today. I don't think that's going to happen, and I don't think it's because of my lack of faith in the rapture is going to prevent that. We all hope we're wrong about that, but if we're not, we should all consider that we don't want to be deceived in the time that the devil deceives everyone after.
So he laughs off the harpazo, which is biblical, and says, we should be more open to this idea. We are in this little season, It's like, no, dude. Oh, man. Nicholson did a great job of debunking the preterism stuff.
All right, y'all. So
we did the show. Shout out to Nicholson. After selling my soul, it says, life got better, but each year something unexplainable happens. All right. Check out this clip from Nick Jones.
Disclaimer at the start of these videos, which is, even though all these people that send these stories say that they're true, I don't think that you should take any of these stories as absolute truth. I think you should listen to them and make your own informed decision. My intention is never to cause any harm, but I did ask if you wanted this story and y'all voted for it on the Insta stories. So I think it's interesting regardless to cover different perspectives. But basically this guy emails me, he says that he knows that I cover stories like this. And he wanted to provide some clarity because it's a common misconception with selling your soul that you have to join some elite club or secret society or secret group or cult that will allow you to sell your soul. But you can do those things and they'll fast track it, but basically you can learn how to do it on your own anyway, and he did. He said he's in the entertainment industry, shocker, but he's behind the scenes. He's a writer. Up to the point where he claimed to have sold his soul, he had moderate success, but nothing crazy. He's at a party one night, I guess there's some bigwigs there, and he's brushing shoulders, and he ends up in a conversation with this person. He didn't name them, but he said that basically everyone knows who she is. He said the way he ended up in a conversation with this woman was basically she wasn't drinking, and he's sober as well. He had drinking problems in the past, so that's why he's sober. He doesn't know why she doesn't drink, but basically she notices that he's not drinking, and it's pretty late in the night. It's an after party. He said she had a very calm, serene energy, and she approached him and she asked if he wasn't drinking for spiritual reasons or because he was an alcoholic, and he said, I'm an alcoholic. She said something along the lines of like, yeah, I'm tired of having the same repeat conversation with everybody else here, and the two end up talking about luck, manifestation, energy, and spirituality. He says he really hadn't been on a spiritual journey so far. She says maybe you should consider it. He says normally this isn't a conversation that he would be comfortable having with a stranger, but something about her demeanor just made him open up. She says, opening yourself up to spirituality can really help you in your career. And he says, well, maybe I'll just wait for God. And she said, you don't have to wait for God. He kind of laughed this off. He thought she was just referencing like working harder or like playing the game better. But then she says you can choose your God and they'll choose you back if you're ready. But she doesn't really elaborate. Surprisingly, she wants to exchange numbers with him, so he does, because he's like, okay, this definitely helps me to have this person's name in my contact list. He leaves the party. He texts her that night saying it was great meeting you. She doesn't respond until a week later. She sends him a text that says, stillness is the door, suffering is the key, you should try meditation. He thinks this is just like hippie LA talk, so he doesn't think anything of it, but like about another week goes by or something, they don't talk, and he just decides he's going to try meditation because they had talked about it extensively. Surprisingly, he really likes it, and he gets way into it over the course of the next few months. He also gets into fasting, and then he gets into periods of silence. He said he just kept chasing stillness until one night he found it, or maybe it found him. He said one thing people don't understand about stillness and meditation is that you can contact whoever you want in this elevated consciousness. Angels, ancestor, gods. For him, it was the being that we call Lucifer. He said he just showed up. He wasn't horned. He wasn't grotesque. He wasn't how Hollywood depicts him. He actually looked like a Wall Street banker. This guy is in this deep state of meditation, and Lucifer just shows up. He said he was tall, he was handsome, he was charismatic. He said at this point he'd also been fasting for 3 days, and the thought just occurred to him to invite him in, and so he did. That night he had a dream. He was in a tall, high-rise building overlooking a city in a condo. He said Lucifer was just sitting on the couch, sipping something out of a tumbler with his legs crossed on the couch. He said he doesn't remember all the details about what they talked about, but they talked, and it wasn't about brimstone or hell or being damned. It was about value and what he wanted and what he was worth and what he was willing to pay. He said he remembers a contract appearing on the table. He knows he signed it in ink. In his dream, Lucifer said, you'll feel the shift within a week, and then he woke up. And he said things did change in a positive way within about a week. He said deals started getting greenlit without much effort on his part. People that he had been trying to track down were now calling him. He said money came quickly, opportunities stacked, and he started waking up in a good mood. There was no real struggle to life. It was just a flow. He said maybe it's coincidence, but he doesn't think so, and he doesn't really care. He said he's not concerned about the afterlife because he doesn't believe in it. He said if there is something waiting for him on the other side, he'll deal with it when he gets there. He's only told one person about this, which is his girlfriend, and his girlfriend said, why didn't you just stick with God? And he said the honest answer is because he thinks God is too slow. He said he sees God as something that you pray to, that you wait for, that you hope for, and then all you get is silence. He wanted success and he got it. He said he has a good life. He eats well, he lives well, he sleeps well. He said he doesn't feel a shadow chasing him. There's no gloom, there's no doom. The only strange thing is that every year on the anniversary of the dream, something goes missing. He said one year it was a childhood photo album, another year it was the last voice memo that one of his friends who had passed away had left him. He said nothing huge, but sentimental things that he noticed when they were gone. He says he doesn't know what it means. Maybe it's coincidence, maybe it's the price, but it's something that he notices. He said he just wanted to share his 2 cents because the portal is inward. You don't need a club or a handler. He said selling your soul is accessible as what people call God. Obviously, he did not want to be tagged, but as far as my 2 cents goes, I do believe in God, but I respect all beliefs, and that's why I'm sharing this perspective, because I think all perspectives are valid and worthy of sharing.
I think that's the whole clip, but I wanted to show you something. Let me see. There it is. Look at her arm right there. Do you recognize that star? That's the same star that's on Space Force logo, and it was on the mission with the 6 female astronauts on that patch. It shows up a lot. It's that Ishtar, also Lucifer, but also connected to that mother goddess, divine feminine, all that, man. It's very interesting, right? Right there. And not that she even knows what it means, right? A lot of people don't. These are symbols of the system, you know. They're on T-shirts, tennis shoes, you know, everywhere. That's Nick Jones. This is his backup channel. I'm subbed to his main one. I think it's really good. Nick Jones.
We just found out that detectives have come to the home.
This is a O'Keefe Media Group.
Of one of our undercover journalists. Apparently, the vice president of State Farm has filed a criminal complaint. This just happened. We just found out that they went to the door of one of the homes of our undercover journalists. This is apparently over the State Farm insurance story that we did. The vice president of State Farm was fired from State Farm for what he said on hidden camera. This is apparently over the Illinois eavesdropping law, the anti-recording law, but we recorded this in a place where there's no expectation of privacy. This is a First Amendment issue. They're trying to intimidate my team. We need a defense attorney in Cook County, Illinois. We're calling on all attorneys. Again, we need good lawyers to come to our defense. Please email us at legal@o'keefemediagroup.com. That's legal@o'keefemediagroup.com, legal@o'keefemediagroup. This is a powerful insurance company. The vice president of State Farm filing a complaint, but we're going to have your backs, undercover journalists. I'm going to have your back no matter what. This is a developing story. More soon.
All right. Well, Steve, man, he mixes it up, right? He definitely gets in some tangles. O'Keefe Media Group. Most of you know what happened to him with Project Veritas, which is a real shame. This is really interesting. Check this story out from Ashley Hayes. Interesting where she goes with this.
Not coincidentally, a few days before Resurrection Sunday, some experts and educated people came out and said that they found the body of Jesus Christ. Now, as we get closer and closer to the return of Jesus Christ, deception, of course, will continue to increase. But what most people don't realize about this article is that it's actually fulfilling prophecy. Dr. Paul Warner, a British anthropologist and researcher, is the one sounding the alarm on this discovery. Now, he says that Jesus's body and the Ark of the Covenant are both located in a secret chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza. He believes that the sarcophagus of Jesus Christ and the Ark of the Covenant have been hidden for centuries in a double cave sealed off by a stone block in the southern passageway of the subterranean chamber beneath the Great Pyramid in Giza. Now let's go to Matthew 24:26, where Jesus is telling his disciples about the end days, things that would happen before his return, things that we should be on the lookout for. So if anyone tells you, there he is out in the wilderness, do not go out, or here he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. Jesus was telling his disciples 2,000 years ago that there would come a time during the end days that authorities in this world would claim to have the body of Jesus Christ. That's exactly Satan's goal, because it's the belief in the death, burial, and the resurrection of Jesus Christ that is what saves us. That is what saves us from paying for our own sins in hell. We aren't just living in the end times. We are living in the last seconds of the last days before Jesus Christ returns. We are watching Bible prophecy play out almost on a daily basis in our news headlines. And for followers of Jesus Christ, these are extremely exciting times to be alive in.
Good stuff from Ashley Hayes on X, also on TikTok, I believe. Speaking of TikTok, it's just something I looked up. Of course, guy claims to be Imam Mahdi, and there's that. It's on TikTok. We already saw some footage of that. Pastor in training renounces faith and asks Satan to take over his body from Touching the Afterlife. Great channel. Hey, Scory. Good to see you, Scory Maury. Thank you. Says, bless you all. Appreciate it. You too. All right. This was really good. I'm going to jump back a little, I guess. This one I'll edit, self-edit. It's 111. There we go. So we'll jump around a bit.
I would make varsity and be partying all the time, but it showed on the field because our team wasn't good at all. And on top of that, I started doing really bad, start going into drugs, start hanging out with the local gang, was tagging crews. And it got to the point to where the gang, one of the gang members, would ask me if I wanted to, be a part of the neighborhood. And I remember having a distinct thought at that time that of my family, of my brothers, and I'm the oldest of a lot of kids because my parents continued having kids after they divorced. But for my mom and my dad, I have two younger brothers, and I just remember thinking about them and the example that I would leave for them to follow. And I ended up denying that offer, and I just began to see my world continue to go spiral downwards. I barely graduated high school. I was doing ecstasy at school. I was selling drugs. I was doing cocaine. The pornography being shown to me so early in my life led to me being promiscuous in high school. I would just go from girl to girl to girl to girl, and I didn't realize that something was wrong with me. But I remember having a friend that would tell me, like, hey, like, was everything okay? Like, have you ever like experienced any type of, things in your life that
Thank you, Tina.
Would allow you to live like this? And I didn't open up, but I remember like thinking about this and seeing that she was able to discern that something took place in my life that allowed me to, that gave way for me to be so promiscuous. And I graduate, and I basically don't want to do anything with my life at that point. I'm trying to do things, but I just wanted to party. So, I was just into drinking, partying, and my thought was like, I'm just going to worry about it later. And around that time, I remember my mom coming into the house and handing me a Bible. And the Lord is so gracious because he reminded me, my mom handed me a Bible, and I still have it to this day. I call that Bible Old Faithful. And my mom handed me the Bible, and I remember looking at her with such a face of disgust and looking at her in her eyes and me telling her, that's for you. Like, you need that. I don't need that. And it just showed me the posture of my heart at that time. I was so anti-God, not like, claiming to be like a Christian or have that type of faith, but I didn't want him nowhere near me. And it was due to all the open doors. And fast forward now.
Thank you, Saved by Carnivore.
I'm partying. I ran into a couple
Cool
of friends that I met. One of them is a psychic who is legitimate. He's shared things with me that have taken place in my life after that. And he was doing tarot cards. So I'd hang out with him and he'd be reading people's palms. He was showing me how to do it. And so huge doors were open. And I'll never forget when I asked him, I was like, hey, let's do a reading. And he looked at me like, because I was his friend, he looked at me, he's like, are you sure? And I was like, yeah. He's like, are you sure? And I said, yeah, let's do it. He's like Marty, are you sure you want to do this? So I knew that he knew that this was demonic. There was something up with this type of practice, this new age practice. And when he asked me that and I said yes, I remember him laying out the cards, and I began to pull like, oh, okay, I'm gonna pick this one. And I picked it, and it was a really dark card. And he basically told me that I was gonna go through a lot of like stuff, and I was gonna come out. I was still gonna like basically endure it. And he gave me a foresight of the next woman I meet being my wife, and that came true. He told me, you know, I remember him like looking like struck and like gazing in the distance as he began to read like I guess my future. And he was at that time, I remember him saying, I just see such a huge faith, like a big cross. I just see a big cross. And I looked at him and I was like, a cross? I was like, that doesn't make sense. Like, I don't even go to church, dude. So I was like, this is off. And
it's cool.
Now, at this point, I'm not partying anymore. I'm not able to hold down a job. You know, I was basically at the point of no return, and my grandparents that I was living with didn't want me to live with them anymore. I was too rebellious. So I cried out to God. I cried out to God at that time. And I just told him like, hey, if you're really there for me, show me. Like, I need you. Like, I have nothing else. Like, help me. And I got a phone call that same day. Well, actually, I'm sorry. I called my friend that same day to basically get high. And after I called him, he had told me that he was passing by my house and he was on his way to church. And I thank God for that, brother, till this day, because he sat there while I drank, while I smoked my weed, and didn't have any judgment, and he took me to church. And I ended up getting saved. And it's just awesome to see that that's what the Lord wants. The Lord wants us to not be judgmental. He wants us to not be looking at people, you know, in such a negative way when they're in their sin, because our sin looks worse on other people. But the reason why we recognize that is because that's something that the Lord's delivered us from, but we're able to see it. And there's times to where we can get, you know, a little too legalistic, or thinking we can't help people, and if they're down bad. So I really thank this brother that was there for me and gave me grace at that time. And so I begin serving in the church.
I'll pause right there. This is really good. He's really good. Quickly though, I needed to say, hey, Tamara Berry, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Says, so glad I caught you live. Thank you for all you do. Oh, you're so welcome, and thank you. And also Rita Schexnader, if I said that right. Cool name. And thank you very much, Rita, as well. Says, no Jesus, N-O, Jesus, N-O, peace. And then K-N-O-W, no Jesus, K-N-O-W, peace. I've always loved that saying. I used to have that on my YouTube channel, The Scariest Movie Ever, in the About section or whatever, that was on the very bottom, long ago. Love that. Thank you for sharing. Thank you all. Thanks all of you today for the very kind donations and messages. Appreciate you.
I'm on fire for
now. So he's on fire for the Lord now. Let's jump ahead, because you know what happens. Sometimes we think we're on easy street, you know, especially maybe after you first get saved and things, you know, feel different. You feel different. You're excited, you know, and you know, but then come the trials and the tribulations, you know. So it's, you know, we all have to face them. We all go through them. Just remember that when you're saved, you don't have to go through them alone, and that's the best thing ever. And you will make it through. And ultimately, looking back, it's always just to strengthen you, make you better, brings you closer to the Lord. You come out victorious on things that you never thought you would. So many ways. So yeah, it's the walk is really, really incredible. It is, you know, and you'll be okay. The Holy Spirit, always. But, you know, things come at us. That's what happens, especially when you become one of the Lord's. It's like, if, you know, the devil still come to steal, kill, and destroy, even when you're saved. Even more so, you know, really wants to get you hopefully switch you, or something like that, make you lose your faith or whatever. So there's all kinds of, real spiritual warfare taking place, but there's no fear in Christ. He mentions that it's in the Bible, was one time for every year. So it's, in one form or another, telling us not to be afraid, no fear. So yeah.
And there was a war going on for my soul. When my hip popped out of its socket, the Holy Spirit, all I heard was Jacob. And I thought of Jacob wrestling with God. And I continued to walk. And fast forward now, what I haven't shared on any other podcast, I have osteoarthritis in that same hip till this day. So the same way Jacob limped, after that, it was a reminder of him wrestling with God. I have this osteoarthritis in my hip till this day as a reminder of what took place. So I continue to walk through these sand dunes. And I just have this moment of clarity to where I see the freeway, I see where my car's at, because up to that point, I was just going in circles. And I had this thought of like climbing, continuing to walk over like this mountain. I would have died. During this whole time, I could have died 3 times, and the Lord saved me, and He had mercy on me. And I have this moment of clarity. I see the freeway. I have the thought to go back, start walking back towards my car, and I'm having to pick up my hip every time I walk and take a step. And it felt like bone was rubbing on bone. And my phone had enough battery to call my mother. I call my mom. She, her and my stepdad, which is a new man that's in her life, because this is maybe 10 years after what I spoke of before. So now, I'm with my stepfather and my mom and my uncle, and they picked me up. And I remember I was laying in the car for a couple of hours. So when they got there, I got up, and my hip didn't have any stability. So when I got up, I almost fell. And that's something where I was aware that there was really something wrong with my hip. So I have this, I come back, my family's like, what do we do? What's going on? I stop smoking weed. They tell me I have to stop smoking. I have to stop posting stuff on social media. And I'm staying with my mom's mom at this time. And then I go back to my house where I was at. And in that span of time, I went to Calvary Chapel Golden Springs, which is Raul Reese's church, a very well-known pastor in this area. And I felt the Holy Spirit. I'm weeping. And I even went up for an altar call. A couple of days later, I'm at home where I stay. I begin smoking weed again. And when I tell you, Julie, that this time, these demons came with a vengeance. I started going crazy again. I started posting these things on social media. And I just felt like I was 10 times worse than I was before the desert. And now I'm starting to smoke weed. I do a couple of lines of coke, and my mind just begins to really get warped. Now the demons are telling me to drive to Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, and I'm driving. And I remember driving, and I'm hearing them talk to me the whole time. As I'm driving up there on my way to San Francisco, my car stops in Merced. Before my car stopped in Merced, forgive me, I'm robbing gas stations on the way up there. And I remember laying a deck of cards out in front of one of the gas stations, and me telling the clerk to pick one. And he didn't want to. And I remember telling him something like, God loves you, and I forgot what, God lets you live today. So my mind is blurred at this time. And even my memory to this day, because there's so much darkness that took place that in a lot of trauma victims, their memory will be either completely like erased of the traumatic event, or it's bits and pieces. So in my mind, my testimony, I have pieces here and there. So I'm at this.
I'm going to go ahead and stop there. Sometimes I got to remind myself, because I can get lost in some of these stories. They're so good. It's touching the afterlife. Pastor in training renounces faith, asks Satan to take over his body. We didn't get to that part, but all the others so good too. So if you want to check it out, go to that YouTube channel, her YouTube channel, Touching the Afterlife. The anti-woke cardinal from Africa who conservative Catholics want as Pope. So here's this guy here. Just a story I was reading. Not much of, though. It's one of those sites. We'll see what happens. I'm down with it being end. That'd be great. Let's do it. The real Pope and Cardinals, it says, were taken out in 2021. January 10th, 2021. Oh, I remember this too. Vatican blackout Pope, it says, was arrested on 80 count indictment, fraud, trafficking stuff. But that is pretty wild, isn't it? Let's see what this says. Vatican, Italy. This is from a search. Pope Francis Mario Bergoglio arrested connection with 80 counts. Whoa. CP, trafficking, gross stuff, bunch of gross stuff, all bad stuff. Could it be? I mean, he's obviously a huge member of the club. We've seen his symbols. So they would look out for him, you would think, if that really happened. Belief in the afterlife is on the rise, even among religious nuns. N-O-N-E-S. Headline. Man killed. Pastor hospitalized in freak accident after leaving Bible study. Man was killed and pastor critically injured when a tree crushed their vehicle. After leaving Bible study, Richard Miller, 35, passed instantly at the scene, while Pastor Andrew Edwards, III, who was driving, was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries. Before 9 p.m., Thursday, when a tree and power lines fell onto the truck. Man, when stuff like that happens, especially when there's some kind of connection to leaving church, makes me really wonder who that person was, who the guys were, what their real life situations were. Were they close to the Lord, or were they doing bad things? I don't know. It makes me wonder. Richard Comtois. Is that right? That's cool. Interesting name. Comtois. I'm not sure. Hopefully I pronounced it right. But hey, thank you very much. Very kind of you, my friend. I appreciate it. So I'll go ahead and move on from this one, but that's very strange, I thought. 9 Christians imprisoned fined over $100,000 for distributing Bibles in China. In Inner Mongolia, an autonomous region located in northern part of China, for distributing Bibles. Their sentences range from 1 to nearly 5 years and fines as high as 1 million yuan, which is 137,000 American. They were convicted for illegally reselling legally published Bibles through an unregistered house church, adding that the district court sentenced the 9 individuals on charges of illegal business operations, concluding a highly scrutinized legal battle. Longest sentence is 4 years and 10 months for one of the people. Okay. It's from Christian Post, if you want to check that out. You read more about that. This is really cool. Look at this one. This is captured in Istanbul just this week, just before the quake out there. I wonder if there's any connection to it.
Müthiş bir şey. Genelde geceleri geziyorlar ama. Işıkları da var. Aa, ışıkları da var. Dedim ya, ışıkları da var. Aa, nihayet. Geceleri görünüyorlar. Normalde. Böyle bir şey ben gece görmedim. Ben görüyorum. Uçakları görürüm de o. Bakınız şöyle. Hani biz seninle görmüştük biliyorsun. Devasa bir şey. Devasa zaten.
It's pretty weird looking. I wonder if that's, well, I guess those are city noises in the background, but who knows? Happened before the quake. Was there a connection? 4.4 million views on that. Hey, DT, I just saw that. Desert Trance, old friend around here, and I appreciate that. Thanks. Says, put The Last of Us on a old USB drive and after watching, realized I had a copy of the first scariest movie ever. Oh, no way, man. That's awesome. Says, wow, what an interesting review of what was proposed to what we are swimming in now. Man, yeah, thank you. That's really cool. It's really cool. Good to see you and appreciate you. Thanks for sharing. Man, that takes me back. I told you guys that when I first made the very first scariest movie ever made, it was the last job I had out in Los Angeles. I went to work for a security company. I had a military background and stuff that helped, but I was a manager out there, and I drove, a car, and I would go check all of our different accounts all through Los Angeles at night. And I did the graveyard shift, and it was really cool because LA is like just, you can actually drive around and see it, everything at night. During the day, it's crazy. It's some of the worst traffic in the world. But at night, it's a totally different situation. And I made the very first movie, and I had a guy that was a guard that was he's an ex-LA Mexican gang member, and I can't remember the name of the gang now. It's been a long time. But he was the real deal. I mean, tattoos all over, even on his knuckles, and all gang stuff. And you could tell he was, pretty rowdy and tough guy at one point. But he had been married and had children and also went to church. He changed his whole life around, so really, really cool dude. He was in one of my Pasadena places, which was a apartment complex. And, this is around the time I was making the scariest movie ever. I was telling him about it, and we were talking about conspiracies and all that, and he was into all this stuff too, you know what I mean? So I made it, and I took a copy, one night over there to see him in Pasadena, and I was like, man, you're the first person to see this, so check it out, let me know what you think about it, and then we'll go from there. So I dropped it off, left. Didn't see him for another probably a couple weeks because there's a lot of places I had to go to out there. We even had Disney. We had some really big accounts out there. So went back and saw him, and I'd called ahead to let him know it was me coming, so I'll be knocking on his door. And I got there, knocked on the door. He said, come on in, and it was unlocked. So I walked in. He had his back to me. He turned, and first thing I said, so what do you think? And as soon as I walked in, he had his back to me. He turned around. He was holding a stack of like 10 DVDs he had burned of the movie, and he said, bro, people need to see this. I'll never forget it, man. I was like, yes, good sign, good sign. So that was my story with that. First viewer, it was so great, felt so good. I was like, yes. Jersey's on fire, 12,000 acres gone, thousands forced out. What started as a small fire yesterday morning in Ocean County turned into a 12,000 acre monster overnight, it says. I believe it's down now. And I think what I heard is, I believe they took someone into custody. A 19-year-old person, I think they said, started it somehow. So there's an update, like I said, to it. Because this is from the 23rd, so just in the last few days, I'm pretty sure I've seen that. We'll see. Pentagon official caught on tape. Trump is illegitimate, immoral, will resist everything. And here we go. It's straight from the Pentagon. O'Keefe Media. Good job, man. Again, I say pray for that guy for sure, man. He's really rattles cages.
The same guy who tried to overthrow an election is just like truly setting us down a path of dictatorship. He's illegitimate. He's terribly immoral, breaking every norm. We're gonna resist him. Everything he does.
James O'Keefe here in Arlington, Virginia, in front of the Pentagon. The branch chief inside the Pentagon saying on hidden camera he's going to resist against Trump and Hegseth. Now, since President Trump was elected and assigned Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, the DOD has faced a number of leaks in the past few months from employees inside the Pentagon.
There's some type of deep state forces that want to make sure you don't stay there.
They've come after me from day one, just like they've come after President Trump. I mean, I've gotten a fraction of what President Trump got in that first term.
The Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has been going on media interviews expressing that there are people within the Pentagon who want to resist the president and hurt his policies.
I know exactly why I'm here, to rip out the insidious ideologies and not compromise and not back down, to reestablish standards and accountability.
Nicholas Terza, a branch chief within the DoD, expressed dissatisfaction with his new boss, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, claiming he is too young for the job.
So I'm assuming that your boss isn't Pete Hegseth.
Ultimately, he is my boss.
Okay.
But this is insane. I actually know Pete Hegseth.
You do? Like personally?
This is so crazy. Like, that's not a good reflection on me. That's a bad reflection on Trump. Like, nobody I know should be the Secretary of Defense.
Oh, no.
Like, he's insanely young to be the part, like, and he wasn't that high up in the military. He used to be in the DC National Guard.
Oh, did you guys work together? Or?
Yeah, I mean, in our side hustle in the DC National Guard.
Oh.
And I met him in my unit. He was just in my unit.
Oh.
And I don't know, I can go on about Pete Hegseth.
Now, Nicholas Terza claims that he knows Hegseth from the DC National Guard, but we spoke to a senior official at the Pentagon who said that's not true, that Hegseth has not ever heard of this man or seen him.
But what do you think the intent is? Is it like they want to hurt America?
I think they don't care who they hurt. To enact a change that they see making America in a populist conservative framework more traditional, even if that means being more sexist or racist or chauvinist.
Terza also saying on hidden camera he did not know he was being recorded, that Trump is an illegitimate president, an immoral dictator, and they plan to resist everything Trump does.
The same guy who tried to overthrow an election is just like truly setting us down a path of dictatorship. He's illegitimate. He's terribly immoral, breaking every norm. We're going to resist him. Everything he does. I'm a very patriotic person, and I've never been less patriotic.
Now, the reason this is concerning, the Department of Defense is often directly responsible for the president's safety in the event of travel, events, campaign rallies, and everything else.
What's your least favorite thing about Trump?
Oh, that he utterly lacks any moral principle. The worst thing about him is his utter lack of moral principle. The second worst thing about him is how stupid he could be.
Should the president's safety be entrusted with people who believe that he is illegitimate and immoral? And here we have a field trip. Let's take a look. People are coming in. Hello, everyone. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
This is James O'Keefe reporting live in front of the Pentagon at the Memorial, Air Force Memorial here in Arlington, Virginia. Stay tuned.
There we go. Whoa. Yeah, man. Shaking some cages. Been doing it for years. Like I said, I remember him from the Acorn days when he first busted them during Obama's administration. So it's a guy that's really been at it forever. Veterans Affairs asks employees to report anti-Christian bias for investigation by a new task force. So that's cool. We didn't have that before. I use Veterans Affairs myself. I haven't in a long time. I don't go to any appointments or anything like that. I don't go see them. It's been a couple years. It's because I quit doing everything they gave me after the heart attack. It changed everything, man, everything. I've talked about it. It took years to get where I'm at now with it, but it's like, there's other ways around that system. I'm really, I'm living proof and better for it, better for it. But when I had my accident in Costa Rica, I had to come back here because of the crazy charge, I had to come back here, what they were charging me. I wasn't charged with anything, but they, were $30,000. They gave me only a couple months. It's like being robbed, So came back here, but I was on my front and back, clavicle and ribs, and they had to cut through the back and everything. It was weird. So, but I had sutures and staples all over, like over 30 on one side and almost 30 on the other. It was really, really rough. And I was like that for a very long time. But what was nice is the Veterans Affairs was perfect for that. They eventually took them out when they were ready to come out. They did all the aftercare, and I've had really good experiences with Veterans Affairs. I'm really grateful. It's one of the best moves I made was going into the military, into the Coast Guard many years ago. 'cause yeah, you don't think you're going to need it, you know? You think you're invincible when you're that age. Then you start hitting your middle age. You start, things start happening, man, you know? AI job applicants are here, and some work for North Korea. Forget fake job posts. Now companies are getting duped by AI-generated job applicants. One hiring manager realized his candidate was glitching on Zoom and answering like a ChatGPT clone. Spoiler, it was. Some of these deep fake resumes come from North Korea IT ops pulling down $300,000 gigs. Yes, seriously. Says Palo Alto Networks said it only takes 70 minutes to spin up a convincing fake. Welcome to HR in the uncanny valley. Source Forbes. It's wild stuff again, man. It's just each week more crazy AI news and robotics news. New Jersey teen, here it is, was charged with sparking the massive 15,000-acre wildfire in Jersey. Just got slapped with it. Aggravated charges after allegedly lighting it up. For what? Thanks, kid. Joseph Kling of Ocean Township reportedly started it up with wooden pallets, and then he walked away without making sure it was out. Now the blaze is tearing through Ocean County. You can see it was a really big deal, man. Look at this. Like, it wiped out 3,200 acres. Over 3,200 acres. And that's as of the 22nd. So it's been 4 days.
1,000 acres.
There you go. Good job, numbnuts. Says this is who the Democrats are protecting. And I'll let her tell the story.
From El Salvador. I am leaving the federal courthouse downtown, and I just saw MI-13 gang members from El Salvador who have killed about 20 people, and one of the lawyers told me that both of them have eaten a heart of one of their victims. Charming, charming. It's just so strange. You all get due process, even though I'm like, thank God the judge did not grant their lawyers' motions at all. It was scary to see them come out in their shackles. Frightening, frightening. And the judge was explaining to me, this case has been going on since 2019, so there is no death penalty for these guys, so they will be sentenced. Unfortunately, we taxpayers will be paying for them to live in the jails here. If they were sent to El Salvador, I guess they would just go free, so that's why they're not doing that.
Yep, that's right. Then the judge said, hey, by the way, actually, the members are coming over to my house this weekend for a little house party if you'd like to drop by. What? It's just so gross. Those judges trying to be cool with the criminals like that. You want to see some nightmare fuel? You're welcome. It says only in Florida. Ain't that the truth? I mentioned before a long time ago I had a friend named Brian that moved to Florida when we were kids, we were teenagers, but we've been friends as childhood friends. And my family went to Florida on vacation one time, and he and I still stayed in contact, writing each other. We were teenagers. He was like a brother, at the time. And so I went and saw him out there, but in his neighborhood, they had issues with alligators just walking around through the neighborhood. Not all the time, but it would happen. And the big problem, he said, was they were always getting their pets. They would get people's cats and dogs and stuff. As you can imagine. Anyway, that being said, imagine seeing this knocking on your front door. Look at that. You got the guard sitting back. You got the one up front trying to figure out a way in. That is just like, right? Crazy. Only in Florida, though. It's true. They're actually out there. Here's the Bo Jiden clone evidence. Man, this is a good one. Look at this. This is really weird. And this is one of his recent appearances here. Look what they captured. Without the tunes. Look at his hand. Look at that, man. What? What? Is it still there? I guess so. It looked like it was something imprinted in his hand or something. All right, one more time. If it's real, you know, if it's real. It's like if it is, I wouldn't be surprised. If it isn't, well, I shouldn't be surprised. But look at that. I just want to pause on that for a second. What in the crap? That is crazy. I mean, but I've been saying forever about Bo Jiden, how there's so many different forms. You know, there's masks, and there's actors, and then there's perhaps this. Something manufactured. Wouldn't be surprised, right? True or not, wouldn't be surprised. This says this is the best thing I've seen today. So here's a little doom break for us.
Oh my gosh. I know, I have to get it. Oh, look, is he going for a swim? He's gonna go for a swim. Oh, that is so freaking funny. Oh my god. He's so freaking cute. Oh. Aww. Oh my.
There we go. That's cool, though. Pet ducky. I like it. I like pets. I had guinea pigs when I was in Los Angeles. Those are fun pets, too. Says Hillary Clinton may finally face prison. Trump orders full declassification. Trump just ordered the immediate release of all FBI files related to Crossfire Hurricane, the infamous Russian collusion investigation. This means John Durham's report confirms in August 2016, then CIA Director John Brennan, he's so creepy too, briefed Obarfa and Biden on Clinton's plan to falsely link Trump to Russia. They knew, they approved, they watched it unfold. Hillary Clinton's campaign engineered the biggest hoax, political hoax in American history, the weaponization of intelligence agencies, the corruption of FBI, DOJ, conspiracy to undermine a sitting U.S. president now exposed in black and white. So there's that, and there's this video of him declassifying it. But we'll see. We've been hearing, we're going to see him strung up. We've been hearing that forever, you know. It's whatever. That's why, just for me, it's keep your eyes on Christ, you know, always. I mean, we watch all this stuff. You know, we give it a little bit of attention here and there, but just don't get wrapped up into the world, you know. Don't get wrapped up into the system. Keep your eyes on Jesus. Keep your eyes on, heavenly thoughts. That's what I always do. Just start just imagining what heaven could be like, you know, and inserting my own kind of crazy ideas, how awesome it'll be, and just daydreaming, you know. Says Klaus Schwab's out. So we saw that. We've seen this thing right here. Just interesting. One eye darkened. Naturally. Yep. There you go. Out with the old boss. Or in with the new boss, same as the old boss. Famously, he says, humans have no right to access free water. Stated in 2017, former CEO of Nestle. Okay. Creeper. I mean, just look at him. He's like, bad vibes. Google broke the rules. Now the government wants to take Chrome away. Google's been found guilty of running a search monopoly. Oh, nice. Now comes the punishment, and the U.S. government wants it to hurt. So they're going to buy YouTube. That'd be crazy. Top of the list, force Google to sell Chrome, the world's #1 browser and Google's favorite way to funnel users straight into its search engine. Why? Because Google didn't win the search game fairly. It paid billions to Apple, Mozilla, and Android phone makers to make sure you never saw another option. Chrome, default Google search, monopoly on autopilot. Trump's DOJ isn't buying Google's will be good routine. They're calling out Google's soft promises as useless and demanding real consequences. No more exclusivity deals, no more control through preloads, and no more Chrome advantage. Google's argument, if we lose Chrome, the internet might fall apart. Right? It may actually come back. You've seen the videos about where the internet go and all the information dumps. You can only go so many pages and then there's nothing there. It's like, right? So anyway, they're really saying we like our dominance just the way it is. The trial runs through May. Good. Ruling could drop by August. Nice. And if Google loses Chrome, the web might get a lot more interesting, right? Good stuff, man. I like it. Let's see what happens. Chimney Rock, North Carolina. Officials have confirmed that a mind-blowing 2,000 members of the Pennsylvania Amish community have been quietly helping. They're rebuilding the town's homes, businesses, and bridges for 6 months straight. I guess I just told the whole story.
Just get their life back again, mostly in Chimney Rock, some down in Bat Cave.
These volunteers are members of the Great Needs Trust, an Amish community in Pennsylvania, offering not just their skilled hands and their time, but their compassion as well.
We wanted to help the people that had the disaster. Our heart just felt drawn to come help.
Since the storm, more than 2,000 volunteers have stepped in to help rebuild, and donations have poured in. Kindness from strangers, helping their neighbors.
All of the building material that's going into rebuilding these stores has been donated up to this point, and it's just been a tremendous recovery story that is ongoing.
They are not just fixing buildings in Chimney Rock. They are rebuilding a sense of community. One nail at a time.
It's just inspiring to me to see how people can pull together and work together and get something done.
It just fills my heart with joy, just watching people just get their life back again.
There's still plenty of work ahead. But for Chimney Rock, recovery is clearly in motion. And now these volunteers from hundreds of miles away have become part of this mountain town's future.
Man, I love that. But just because you can tell, especially with this young man here, just the love for helping other people. Beautiful. I love it. Love that. Great quality. All right, VidMax. Let me see if this will help. There we go. Here's another story about the madness happening out in the United Kingdom. As you guys know, been quite a bit of chaos out there, a bit of tyranny, if you will. So, UK man now, they have a UK man arrested by police for saying, "You're chatting SHIT."
Right, under arrest, public order.
Under arrest, yeah?
Yeah, you're under arrest.
No, because you're chatting shit.
Under arrest, public order.
Under arrest, yeah?
Yeah, you're under arrest for public order offence.
Remove me physically. No, because you're chatting shit.
Are you, mate, swear again, you'll get nicked.
I'm not allowed to swear in an abusive or threatening manner. I am allowed to use swear words as part of my dialect if it's an expressive manner. Talk to Lord Justice Bean about it. He's already ruled about it in the High Court. I know Section 5, I know Section 4 and 4A.
Okay, that's great.
I can swear as part of my general vernacular because it's expressive language and it's protected under freedom of expression. I'm not allowed to swear at people. I'm not allowed to use language that may cause alarm, harassment or distress, which would be using it in a threatening or abusive manner, even if that's towards you, but there's somebody walking past. I get that.
Have you got anything better to do than try and get into an argument?
I wasn't trying to get into an argument.
You won't let me explain my point.
No, because you're chatting shit.
Right, under arrest, public order offence.
Under arrest, yeah?
Yeah, you're under arrest for public order offence. Okay, so you don't have to say anything that may harm your defence. We've not mentioned one question.
What public was around at that point?
Anything you do, say, maybe, given in evidence. Okay.
Just more nonsense, right? Just little tyrants. Little tyrants. Sorry for you, for our friends out there in the UK. Sorry you're going through it. Roughly 1,000 FEMA employees, 20% of full-time staff, are expected to exit via voluntary buyouts under Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Many are senior leaders responsible for disaster response, and the move comes just weeks before hurricane season. I love it. See, that's good stuff. Good. They've dropped the ball on so many things, right? Oh, did you hear about this? Virginia, Epstein's victim, one of Epstein's, Jeffrey's victim, Virginia, I don't know how to say that name, Guafrey, allegedly left this mortal coil, right? Took herself out the game, and nobody believes it. Duh. Love it. Is there a vid on this? This guy says, hit by bus and then passed by that. Oops. What the? Oh. All right, we get it. Look at this. Kevin Sorbo, big name, says another Jeffrey accuser passed by quotes of that word. There she is too. It's the famous picture of her, you may know. You've probably seen that one around. Any of y'all in this kind of community for any period of time have probably seen this photo making the rounds with the little prince. So yeah, you see everybody's questioning it. Benny Johnson, Mike Benz. All right, yes. Very strange situation. Let me read a little. Excuse me. Oh, it says that she did it a week after being literally hit by a bus, if you didn't know that. So she's also hit by a bus, and then a week later, the story goes, right? So sad that kind of stuff happens in the shadows. That's what they do, removing people and then setting it up, right? Snow White box office run is almost over, cementing all-time flop for Disney. Yeah, that was a real big bomb for Disney, and this girl just came out to be insufferable, unfortunately. Weird. You probably saw some of those interviews mocking, Disney and the old school storytelling. No, it's got to be revamped for the modern age. We're going to make her a girl boss. Yeah, this whole thing was dumb and horrible. Here she's promoting a movie Y2K, which, when I saw the advertisement, I thought it looked kind of cool. And I remember I was in the military during the Y2K scare. I was still in the Coast Guard. And, yeah, some of us were kind of scared. I kept thinking something might happen, but I wasn't sure. Oh, man, there's a whole story there, actually, but like another time. But anyway, so you can watch it on a line now, so I went ahead and watched some of it, and she's in it. I was like, oh, crap. And it kind of ruins it for me, just because she's just one of those people. It's like what happens. You see this gross stuff about some of these gross celebrities, and then it just spoils everything. Like Robert De Niro, I can't watch anything with him in it anymore either. There's a whole bunch of them. It's just, unless I'm trying to look for symbols or something, otherwise I can't really enjoy it. This is pretty wild. It's from Harbinger's Daily, and it was just posted yesterday, and that's when I posted my new video, and they're talking about divine feminine too. New Age practices, secular psychiatry, and the rejection of Bible truth. Let's see, this is from Dean Dwyer. It says, much like the overall New Age movement, the subculture of the divine feminine movement is a patchwork of different systems of belief and practices from many different cultures. Because of this, it becomes extremely difficult to pinpoint the exact origins of the movement and provide a concise definition of its core beliefs. However, broadly speaking, the divine feminine is a spiritual concept that promotes the cultivation of feminine traits which are necessary to balance universal energy. The concept's based on the idea that each person has both feminine and masculine energies which when balanced supposedly create harmony. Therefore, like Baphomet's balanced. Isn't Baphomet balanced between male and female? I think he is, right? Boobies and a wiener. Therefore, adherents of this movement believe that the divine feminine requires both men and women to connect with this feminine energy. So yeah, it's from the devil, so it makes sense. Yeah, you got to balance them out. Take a look at the Baphomet. Some even believe that there's so much chaos in the world because masculine energy has taken over, and the world needs to cultivate more feminine energy to bring it back to a state of order and balance. On this point, take note of these quotes from various websites. So, all right, we'll go ahead and move on. It's from Harbinger's Daily. Dean Dwyer is the author. If you'd like to check that out. It says, you simply won't believe what influencers are doing now. Okay. A recent surge in shark attacks has been attributed to social media influencers encouraging risky interactions with the deadly predators, according to marine biologists. Says, yes, really, they're peeving off sharks for clicks. The pursuit of viral content such as selfies and videos with sharks is leading tourists to provoke the animals, resulting in defensive bites, according to scientists quoted in Daily Mail. Influencers are to blame for rise in shark attacks. Scientists say they can't believe we have to tell people not to grab an 18-foot predator. Madness. Look at this. How influencers are the reason for the rise in the attacks. Experts shocked that they have to issue a warning. Exactly, man. People be dumb. Any more? Here's one. Oh. Did you see that? There it is. Oof. Well, shouldn't be doing that. GOP governor vetoes a bill that was meant to shield children from sexually explicit books at school. And I showed this just because of the GOP thing, man. It's like that's just been a real thorn in the side of anything really getting done in America for many years. Grand old party, but they're actually, it's a lot of them are rhinos is the issue, which means Republican in name only. So people will always be surprised, and why do they keep doing this liberal crap, stuff like that. Or, well, maybe they got to, give something to take and they take something to give and whatever. But anyway, probably doesn't really matter. But getting your hands dirty is getting attractive for Generation Z. This was a really interesting couple of pieces. Especially, it seems there might be a trend back towards the trades beginning to appear among the Gen Z crowd. Some of the reasons seem obvious. The bloated cost of college education, for one, and the ubiquitous nature of the sheepskin being required for even entry-level jobs now. If everyone needs a college degree, doesn't that necessarily dilute the value of earning one? Okay, so good. Well, they're going to go back to trades. That would make sense. The high school I went to had a trade school. Probably still does. I don't know. They got rid of a lot of those over the years. UFC's Israel Adesanya said he did psychedelics in the shower before last championship victory. Hone in, bro. Trying to see where this is. 35-year-old then revealed he attributed a lot of his emotional work to having had several large psychedelic trips leading up to the fight. The Perea fight in Miami, I did 3, not micro, macro, shroom trips in the shower where it was like I was able to just effing hone in, bro. While Adesanya explained that he does not go too deep intellectually or spiritually with the stuff, he also said he got to a point where he could feel his ancestors. Oh boy, you were getting pretty deep. Says, I don't go too deep, it's more. I can feel myself deeper. I don't know if it's your ancestors or whatever, but I could feel myself on a level I've never felt before. Should be a trip. Doing that before a fight? Yikes. All right. Israel Adesanya. Schools founded by Mark Zuckerberg and his wife to help inner city children announce closure. That's all I know. I wonder if there's any missing children from those schools. Palantir and the Warp Speed Beast System. Check this out.
India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backer. We'll pursue them to the ends of the earth.
Is this the Indian version of George Bush? Post 9/11, of course. We're gonna find those terrorists. And if you ain't for us, you're against us. I'm going to replay a part of that clip in slow motion, and I really want you to listen to what he said. Track and punish, you don't say? That sounds like a job for Palantir. You know, the company that was founded by this guy right here, which was named after the Palantiri from Lord of the Rings, which is literally a magic crystal ball, which means to watch over, and the Palantiris were used for communication and to see events in the future and in the past. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. I mean, I guess it's not suspicious or concerning at all how Palantir is getting involved with everything. As we can see right here, NATO acquires AI military system from Palantir. How also Palantir is expanding immigrant surveillance tools for ICE. Oh, how lovely. Oh, and how could I forget how Palantir is helping Doge with a massive IRS data project. As we can see right here, Doge is planning a hackathon at the IRS. It wants easier access to taxpayer data. Doge operatives have repeatedly referred to the software company Palantir as a possible partner in creating a mega API at the IRS. Don't you just feel so safe knowing that Palantir has its tentacles in literally everything? How it's possibly even going to be part of this Golden Dome missile shield around the United States. As we can see how SpaceX and two partners have emerged as frontrunners to win a crucial part of Mr. Donnie's Golden Dome missile defense shield. As we can see right here, one of those other companies is the software maker Palantir. We're going to be so safe under their surveillance, they'll protect us from those terrorists. Oh, hey, look at that. On their official website, we have this right here, which I think I've seen that before. Where does Warp Speed sound so familiar? Warp Speed is a manufacturing operating system that adapts to your business, not the other way around. Yeah, the Antichrist beast system is sure moving at warp speed. Back to this guy right here on how he's talking about tracking and punishing those terrorists. Which makes me think the timing of this all is very suspicious, since J.D. Vance just went and met with Mahdi and they were talking about U.S. tariffs. I wonder if JD spoke to him about anything else. Since we know JD and this administration has deep ties with Palantir and this guy right here. I mean, it's literally right in front of our faces.
Pyramid and Sun.
Trying to connect dots here, but it's not too crazy to speculate that if NATO has acquired AI military systems from Palantir, then I could totally see JD bringing this up to Modi for India to then acquire these same AI military systems. You know, the AI military systems that track and trace terrorists. Yes, Palantir has been involved in developing and providing software solutions for counter-terrorism. Particularly in the United States, their platform has been used to analyze and track potential terrorist threats by connecting various data sources and providing actionable intelligence. They have also worked with governments and security agencies globally to combat terrorism, including counter-terrorism programs with the Saudi Arabian government. So again, this is all speculation and my own opinion trying to connect the dots, but for him to give that speech about tracking and punishing these terrorists, how they are going to go to the ends of the earth to find them, it makes me wonder how they are going to do that. All at the same time, you have a company known for tracking and tracing terrorists, and they want to get their tentacles into every single institution that they can. Of course, we will have to wait and see how everything plays out, but in my own opinion, you can see the writing on the wall. Everything is escalating, but for those who are believers in Jesus Christ, we continue to focus our eyes upon him, guys. Worry about your own personal relationship with him. Get closer to him right now when you still have time, loving others, sharing the gospel, and growing in maturity, working on your heart posture, working on your emotions, working on how you speak to others, how you treat others, how you love one another. So we love God and we love one another, and we walk with the fruit of the Spirit: love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. But at the same time, we want to be as wise as a serpent and innocent and gentle as a dove. We can see the warning in Matthew 24, verse 4, to take heed that nobody deceives you. So again, we don't want to put our head in the sand and ignore what's going on in the world, but we also don't want to focus on it too much, where then we have anxiety and stress, because the Lord has not given us the spirit of fear, but the spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. And also, we have the peace that surpasses all understanding that will guard our heart and our mind. So we rest in Jesus. We know that everything down here is temporary, but we have the Holy Spirit inside of us that gives us wisdom, discernment, that we can see what's going on, that we can see these headlines, we can see world events, and we can know there is a bigger agenda going on, a bigger picture. So pray to the Lord for wisdom, for discernment, and take a step back to look at the bigger picture, because right now it is prophetic with everything going on. The puzzle pieces are falling into place, and we all just need to cling to the Lord more than ever before. So with that, guys.
All right, good message. Thank you, sir. Inspired by the King, or the Shepherd for the King channel, or page on X. I think it's called a page. Was this appropriate office attire? Man, I had to share this because we see all these stories about, the female teachers that can't keep their paws off the kids, unfortunately. And those are like every week, So it's a Jezebel spirit, it's a spiritual thing. And like we talked about earlier, there's real spiritual warfare, and it's running hot in these days. Like it's really, so there's a lot of wicked spirits on the loose out there too, running through people who aren't protected by the Holy Spirit. And there's this trend, I guess it's on TikTok, and it's called the office siren trend. And there's a whole bunch of these videos you could find. So a lot of the young ladies have been doing this. But what they do is they dress up like they're going to a nightclub or something, and then they show up at the office, kind of showing off, sexy, all that stuff. It's about attention, like it's just kind of, we get that. It's about attention, and that's annoying to me, but yeah, it's about attention and, sexuality and shock value and all this, but it's just not cool. It's like, leave that stuff at home, or out, out with your friends. Anyway, so here's a little bit on this trend, an actual thing called office siren.
So this is awkward, but I got fired on the first day at my new job, all because of an outfit that I wore. I've always resonated with the saying, look good, feel good, so I just wanted to look pretty so that I could feel confident and give a good first impression, but clearly that backfired. If you guys missed my video, this is the outfit that I wore. Here's a close-up. As soon as I walked into work, my boss, who, keep in mind, I barely know because I'm new, called me over, and I got so excited and literally ran up to her because I thought she was going to compliment my outfit, but she basically started berating me and telling me how inappropriate my outfit was for work and that I needed to change, and I felt really insulted, so I stood up for myself. I was respectful, but I did tell her that I've been through it with envious females. I'm used to females being super jealous of me, and that I could sense her insecurity and that my outfit wasn't going to affect the way that I perform at my job. She essentially told me to go home and not come back. I've just been feeling very distraught and traumatized, especially because they were only paying me $200,000.
And the fact they call themselves sirens, which is an evil, wicked spirit that kills people, has killed people. The siren, the mermaids.
A year, so I assumed that they would not enforce a dress code and they would allow me to express myself with the way that I dress, but clearly I was wrong, so now I'm sad and unemployed.
Oh boy, well there you go. Office siren, luring men to their deaths through sexuality. I get it. Here's a really disturbing display of weather modification with heavy metals like aluminum, barium, strontium. But look at this, man. They talk about dimming the skies. Look at this. They're on their way. It's a bad example.
Are you kidding me? Look at this. Yeah, tell me those are regular clouds. Sons of bitches.
Pretty wild, eh? But I see some of that where I live, not like on that level, but close. They do X's. It's been a while actually, but they would put big X's in the sky over here. It's all staged.
Chance in hell that this is funny when you see those flat, corny, late night monologue jokes. Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, Fallon. What they're doing is just like reading off of a teleprompter. There's applause signs, and then there's producers. There's the warm-up guy that's literally telling people to clap. They're like, okay, explaining to the people.
Yeah.
Okay, when Jimmy comes out, I want a big round of applause. Let's practice this right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, and everybody claps.
Practice it.
Yes. There's not a chance.
And yeah, that reminds me that I've mentioned some of these stories in the past, but when I lived in LA, at one point, and I was working in television, but at one point, the town I was in Burbank, I was just like a mile away from Central Casting. And Central Casting's been a huge part of the Hollywood area for ever since probably, near the beginning. But it's a place where you go and you take a headshot of yourself, or they take a headshot of you, and then, you write like all your information on this headshot and, any skills you might have and whatever. But the job is you're going to be a background extra in movies and TV shows. So I did that. My cousin moved out there to live with me for a while too. And when he was out there, I had him go do it also because he's really unique looking. Had reddish hair and a real long beard. I mean, it went down to his belly button, and musician, artist, very interesting dude. Passed away, unfortunately, many years ago. But so Central Casting, I was in the background of a lot of stuff, man. Old stuff like trying to think. Oh, The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody is one of them, and that's why this clip reminded me of that, because we would be there and watching them, perform. Not in front of an audience, but we'd be there watching them, practicing and stuff and doing things, and. This is in between. Let me think. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yeah, they didn't use everybody in that one. So I think I got to sit that one out. But you'd see the producers doing the fake laughing in between all the dumb jokes and just how fake the whole thing is. It's just a big fake setup, stupid thing, really, in a lot of ways. But it is super fake, and that just reminded me of that situation. Oh, I'm trying to think of the name of that show. It was a show about, there was an attack on American soil, and it was about a little town in Kansas and the survivors, and there was a few seasons of it. They dealt with military people coming in eventually, and other townspeople coming around, and it was pretty good, but I just don't. Oh, Jericho. It was called Jericho. So I was I was a soldier in Jericho on several episodes in the background. I was on House. I was in a chess tournament on House, and one of the kids attacked the other kid. It's acting, of course, but but with a chess piece. So yeah, there's I'm sure a bunch I can't even remember because. It was always just kind of the side gig I would do in between shows. If I was working on a show for a couple months and it ended, I'd have to wait sometimes to get another show. So in between that, I would go do a bunch of background extra stuff, Just can't even remember all of them. All right, so let's check out some Mahdi UFO alarm here. I found out that, unfortunately, the music Mahdi's using now, they strike you if you play it. So I learned that the hard way last week. So this week... which is fine. We don't really need the music. Let me see what I was looking at on this first. Oh yeah, this. This is pretty cool. I can't remember if we'd seen this somewhere else before. I almost feel like I'd seen this on X. But look at this. It looks like some big black shadow figure. I guess are they floating next to the building? I guess they're standing on the edge of the building, right? Yeah. So look at that. It's like a huge, there's your giant. Looks like a big giant cloaked figure standing on the side of that building. I'm guessing that's on the side of a building. I think when I first saw this, I have seen this one. It was only like maybe a week or so, a couple weeks ago. First I thought it was floating next to the building. But now that I see a little clearer, it looks like it's just standing on the side, which is pretty weird. Looking over the city. Batman style. Or is it an evil spirit? I don't know. But that's a good capture. It's pretty weird. Thanks, Mavi. UFO alarm. Okay, look at this one. This one's just crazy. Look at that. It's emanating something. So weird. Look at that. Good capture. Real good capture. It looks like it's got little wings. It's flying. Like it's flapping its wings or something, it looks like. Not that those are wings, but... strange, huh? Look at that. It's weird. Pumping something out. Other little spirits going off into the atmosphere, I guess. Disappearing. Look at that, man. That's a good capture. So weird. Man, I wish I could see one. I've seen 2 times in my life. Well, maybe 3 technically on one thing, but been a long time. It's pretty interesting to see these things. Who knows? Yeah, plasma, some people are saying. Plasma. Hey, here's a really crazy cool one. Look at this being, light being, shows up. So just check this out. We're watching the, right there in the center screen, watching the fence. Something's going to walk along the other side of that. See it? Now watch what happens. I don't know. Real or not? On the other side, you can see the camera. I guess this is recorded, I guess they're trying to say. But if it is, why did it follow him? Or was somebody operating it? I see it's being moving around, so I guess somebody is operating. I thought it was maybe just a steady camera, like a security camera, but no. But that is kind of weird. Because he's kind of, unless he saw it coming, I don't know. But now he's just kind of waiting on it. Did he know this thing was going to be coming around like that? Or did they fake it? Not sure. Could have faked it. I think that was the only one on this one I wanted to show. A couple more from Mavi. UFO alarm. Let's see here. Oh yeah. Guess who's back? This is in Crunal, or I don't know if it's Crunal, but Utah, April 12th, and the ghost lights have returned. I think these start moving around a bit. You know how they do. We've seen so many examples of them. You know, a lot of times they do some like super fast movements, still flying back and forth real fast across the sky. It's like someone, like God's holding a laser pointer on the other side of the clouds and just kind of going back and forth. But we know it's not God. I believe it's most likely blue beam activity. Most likely. All right, I guess this one's not going to dance. A lot of times they do the dance for us. All right, we're going to move on. Real UFO sighting. One more from Mavi here. Oh, now they're dancing. Okay. And they're back. And now they're acting like we're used to seeing them act. All right. They're doing slow. Remember, I'm sure you remember now, so we've seen this for years, and they always do different things. But always taking notice, we are, that these are happening all over the world, different places. And that's all part of that psyop or conditioning, preconditioning the public to be seeing these things all around. They don't even have to make the news, It's like if they're really doing it with a beam situation, they could program all these satellites or whatever they have up there all around the world just at different times, just shoot it out randomly, whatever, and just knowing that people are going to see things over the years, and then those stories add up. People talk to each other. They tell their grandchildren. They tell their friends, coworkers. That way, because it's going to be that big of a card to be played. It's that big of a deal. This alien UFO psyop thing. It's that big of a deal. I think that was it. What's that? Almost looks like a kite. Yeah, that looks like a kite or something. I'm not sure. All right, we'll go and move on. Thanks, Mavi UFO Alarm. I appreciate you, always. Urban white lady experiences the consequences of what she statistically speaking voted for. Whatever that means.
All right, this is the last push that I'm freaking out. That was the third. Do you know anyone who can open these up?
Who's over there by the
Maybe we can open it up.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Right.
Okay, well, I can't buy my deodorant, and they're stealing all of the nail polish, so... And that, my friend, is the downfall of CVS. You just watch me try to buy deodorant. No one's there to open up the shelf. I just watched someone steal the entire nail polish section. And I thought about telling someone, but there was no one to tell.
There you go, man. Welcome to the new world. It's upon us. Right? Like they all do. Not all of them, but so many. It's always the same frequency. This is a map of the second largest religion in every state. The green is Islam.
Religion in every state. As you can see, green is Islam, and green is literally almost half the map. It's the second largest religion in more U.S. states than any other minority religion. And there's a misconception that most U.S. Muslims are Arab. It's actually almost a third of us that are South Asian. About 25% are African American, and it's just 20% that are Arab. And Islam is highly urbanized in the United States. You'll find us in big cities: Chicago, New York City, Miami, Los Angeles, Dallas, Houston. Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, and it's predicted by 2070, it'll be the majority. This is a map of the second biggest...
There you go. Spreading like wildfire. It's already here. The colors match the four horsemen, which is very interesting. New Jersey wildfire story reaches nuclear power plant. Dun, dun, dun. All right. That was from the 22nd, so that's old news. We already got the update. That happens sometimes with the show. Get the update during the week. There's Juan. I don't see his name anywhere, but I know his first name is Juan. So what you didn't really think the world's incredible old architecture was built with hammer and chisel? Let's see what this is. You know this guy. It's awesome. He's so good at what he does. And I love it because I know it reaches a lot of younger people. Opens their brains up a bit, you know? South Koreans are paying to lock themselves inside of a prison hotel. Forget luxury spas. Burnt out South Koreans are paying $130 a night to get locked into a tiny 5 square meter cell with no phone, no mirror, no distractions, just a mat, a desk, and their thoughts. I could do that. Welcome to Prison Inside Me, a hotel where stressed out workers check themselves in for solitary confinement. Meals are slid through a slot just like a real prison, and guests spend their time meditating, journaling, or doing yoga in silence. The brainchild of ex-lawyer Kwon Yong-suk, who once worked 100 hours a week, or 100-hour weeks. Oof. This place has been giving white-collar Koreans a hard reset for over a decade. In a country where people log over 2,000 work hours a year, sometimes the only way out is locking yourself in. Wow, that's cool. It's deep. But I guess here's some of the photos of the cells. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? You could do that. Do that for a day or two. Right? There you go. But that says a lot more about what kind of life these people are having to lead, what kind of work life. It's like, man, is that a life? Trump's final offer, in quotes, for peace requires Ukraine to accept Russian occupation. It's from 3 days ago. The actor still hasn't bought a suit. Couple from VidMax here. A British man's arrested by police in another UK for malicious communications, meaning he posted an image on X of a pride flag in a naughty shape.
Aggravated unless you're next, okay? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you're not mentioned, one question, something which may allow later on in court. Anything you say may be given evidence. Do you understand? I'm aggravated what? Malicious communications.
It was a rainbow swastika, basically, right? So it's a pride flag in the shape of swastikas.
You're next, okay? You don't have to say anything, but it may harm your defence. If you're not mentioned, one question, something which may allow later on in court. Anything you say may be given evidence. Do you understand? I'm aggravated what? Malicious communications. Aggravated malicious communication laws. Twitter, X.
That'll be explained to you. Okay, all right.
Right, the necessity for this arrest is prompt and effective investigation and prevent disappearance.
Okay, mate.
Do you understand?
We're just going to go to the van now, okay?
Joe, do you want me to tell Jay to meet you in the police station? What? Pathetic. All over the social media post.
Really
Get a
is.
fucking real job, you pricks.
Seriously, though, man, it's just prayers for everybody in the UK. All the folks out there, man. So you're getting hit with so much. And these cops are just, dude. Here's another one. 2 British police officers dressed in, as it's written here, beta pink shirts tell a man he has to go down to the station because he posted something offensive about BLM. I mean, man, Lord, help those people out there in the UK. This is just madness. Look at this. Don't have anything better to do? No? So I know all the crime statistics are up. Everything else is up ever since they started flooding the country, as they have been. I see the videos every week. I don't share them, especially not the real violent stuff. But there's a lot of it. Like knife fights out in the streets and stuff. It's crazy. Third world country stuff.
Rather than me having to look to arrest anyone,
yeah.
Okay, I need to do some inquiries.
Sure.
Part of those inquiries is in relation to having to interview you about an allegation, okay, about an incident over Facebook. Okay, so I can get the matter dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking you to come down to the police station voluntarily, okay, so we can do what is still a PACE compliant interview, and you've been entitled to free independent legal advice.
No, I don't need it, but yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I was looking to do it on Sunday at 12 o'clock. Is that any good to you?
Sunday. Should be.
Yeah. Can I give you that? That's got my number on it.
Yes.
And then if there is any problems, I'm on duty today until...
Can you not give me any details of it now? And why can we not just speak now? Why do I need to come down there?
Because
It's alright, it's fine.
No, I don't want you to lose the dog.
It's not like that.
I just do it by way of interview, and the best way for me to do it, and the best way for you to be really doing it, is a proper interview.
Well, I've got everything recorded here.
I know,
So.
but I can't. I'm not going to do it that way.
Well, do I have to come?
Well, at the moment, I'm leaving it open for a voluntary interview.
Well, I want to know
what
what can I be charged with then? What have I done? What?
Any Dove, I just saw that. Good comment. Says, tell them somebody hacked your account. Exactly.
What's the alleged?
Wasn't
crime?
me. I didn't do it.
As I say, it's a racial matter.
Yeah, but what's the alleged
so
crime?
malicious communications.
Malicious communications.
Indeed.
Okay. And what? How have I? What's malicious? Malicious communications. Malicious would mean that I had intent to harm someone. Surely.
So that's what we'll be looking.
Can you confirm that malicious means?
That's what I can discuss with you.
No. Can you confirm what your definition of malicious means?
Malicious communications, okay, is making comments on an open forum, which is social media, which is deemed to be offensive.
Offensive.
Yeah.
Well, who cares what's offensive?
Well, I can discuss that with you in more detail when you come and speak to me.
It'll be a very entertaining
there we go.
conversation, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
But and it baffles me that by looking at you guys, you don't seem to be far leftist nutters. So why? And we'll talk about this on Sunday. But
that's the best place for it. We're police officers, and
yeah. Well, I've got no hate in my heart whatsoever. Only hate for people that prey on the innocent or lie. That's my only hate. So I'll be glad to come and talk about whether it is or something.
The easiest way.
Yeah, no, of course. You've got to understand where I'm coming from.
We're doing it down at Tunbridge. I'm from Maidstone.
You've got to understand where I'm coming from. You've got two policemen at my house, plainclothes policemen, talking to me about some conversation that I've had on Facebook. Simply about political things, the fact that there's Black Lives Matter destroying London, things like that. In no way in any of them conversations, which I'm sure you've got.
Save that for the interview.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say it now, and then we can say it again later. Nothing that I said in any of them comments is malicious whatsoever. It's simply speaking about the matters that we've got before us. And I'm certainly not on the side of anything evil or hateful, put it that way.
Are these two related?
No, he's a whippet, and that's an Italian greyhound. He's just over a year, and he's only 6 months, but I don't think he's going to grow much more. Right, okay. All right, okay, well, I'll probably see you Sunday. What time?
12 o'clock.
That's
I'll bring you on there.
Okay.
All right, I think we get the gist of it. It's just nonsense, man. It's just, delusional world. Someone went around chopping down trees all over downtown Los Angeles, California. Where were the police? And there's some footage.
So, some piece of you-know-what decided that they're going to go around last night chopping down trees all over downtown LA. This is on Grand right before you get down to 5th.
Look at that.
There's a bunch more up there by the Wells Fargo Center. I saw it in South Park as well. It's disgusting.
Just kind of want to get a bigger screen of that. But, all right.
Some piece of you-know-what decided that they're going to go around last night.
All right, we'll go and move on from that. Let's take a look here. Oh, we're almost down. We got 2 to go. Not bad, though. Not bad. I think we did pretty good. Almost 4 hours. Yeah, so see, I told y'all I've been trying to shave it down. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, shave it down, but between 3 and 4 hours. Family therapist in Brooklyn was busted leaving a swastika on a Tesla. Oh, it's just the footage, I guess. Yeah, all right, we get it. Okay. And then this is the last one. Oh, we already saw this one. So that's it. Here comes Chubbs. You hear him? What? Huh? How you doing, man? Just in time for the end. You've been on the porch all day. Well, let me do this before we go. Also, I want to just jump over in a little bit and say hi to y'all in chat. So hang out. But at the end of all my live shows, I always know that I really need to do this. I love to do this. Just a little talk about salvation. If you haven't chosen that free gift of salvation from Jesus, now is as good a time as any. It's actually, it's beyond time. It's part of what I do with these shows and videos is trying to express that we are in the end. And the Bible is real and true. It's playing out in real life. About to enter some really terrible phases of it, like the worst phases are coming for humanity. So please choose Christ, man. Just admit you're a sinner. Confess with your mouth, Say, I want to be saved. Jesus, please save me. However you want to say it. Come to him as a child. It's okay. And beaten, bruised, bloodied, whatever situation you're in spiritually, no matter how bad and far off you think you are, man, that come as you are. Like he wants you as you are, loves you, understands us more than we can understand. He's got you, but you've got to want him. That's the catch. You've got to want him back, and really want him, understand what he did for us. He came here, lived, died, most brutal death, was buried, and then resurrected 3 days later, ascended. He's coming back for his bride, which is us. So please choose wisely. Romans 10:9-10, because if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and you believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. For with the heart one believes and is justified, and with the mouth one confesses and is saved. It's one of my favorites, right? If you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Period. For with the heart one believes and is justified, and with the mouth one confesses and is saved. But the really important part is to just truly believe. Don't be somebody who just says the words and doesn't do the deeds, because we're also, judged by our fruits, right? We judge others by their fruits. And it's like I said, just come to him as a child. You may not know anything about him, never read the Bible, whatever it is, man. But if you've been getting a tugging about this for a while in your heart, because so many people are, it's that time. I mean, there's an explosion of dreams and visions in Islam of Jesus in the Middle East overall. I've shown some clips of that, right? Stories on that. So it's time, my friend, please, 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 please choose wisely, all right? Your sins will be covered past, present, and future, and your soul will be sealed till your day of redemption, and you're not going to be perfect. But you also don't want to live like the world. There needs to be a difference between the way you live your life and the way the world does, right? Because we're no longer chasing after the flesh, just fleshly desires, and all this stuff goes away, right? We're chasing after the Spirit, chasing after the Lord, trusting in the Holy Spirit within us. So please choose wisely, okay? Let me say a prayer for us too. Heavenly Father, I always got to thank you so much for all these wonderful people that listen to my show. Check it out, whether they're live or later. But thanks for this wonderful family we have here of people too, wonderful community of brothers and sisters in Christ, and everybody else, and for anybody who listens to the show who hasn't accepted you yet, Lord, I really pray that you make a move in their life, draw near to them, and whatever it takes, just to let them know that you're real, you love them, and you're right there for them. I pray that all these people choose you, and not even just eventually, but soon. I really hope and pray that all the people on the fence will choose you, Lord, will choose you, whatever it takes. And thank you, Lord, for being with us in these days also, as they are really crazy. We see this week to week on the show and also in my videos. But thank you for giving us that spirit, or that peace in our spirit that goes beyond all understanding. And, thank you for allowing us to see these kinds of things, share these things with the world, and let people know, shouting from the rooftops what time it is in hopes that we can get people on board. So thanks for giving us the strength, courage, and endurance these days we need to do these things. Even all the people without a platform, just with their friends, neighbors, family, whoever. But thanks for that courage and strength and the endurance. Keep talking about you, and trying to lead people back home through you. So thanks again, Lord. Thanks for being with us. I pray you uplift and help all those out there that need it, because certainly there's so many, and we see it all around. So please just, give these people hope in you, whatever that looks like. So thank you. We love you, and in Jesus' name I pray, amen. All right, man, I'm going to jump over here to the chat for a second and see what's up. That was one of my images I put on one of my videos way back. It's weird, right? We'll do that. And I'll jump over here to the chat. Let me make sure I got my audio down as it's loading up. There we go. That ought to work. Hey, I just saw from Hey, Tina, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I am doing well. I'm always doing great when I'm doing the shows. I love being with you guys and just doing my shows in general. So thank you so much for being here, all of y'all. I appreciate it. Tamara, thanks for such a great job. I saw you had to take one person out. It's like part of the comment was nice. It was like telling people to thumbs up the video, but then they had to throw in that word that we certainly don't like to use around here. It's not good. So let me see. I got to make sure. I don't want to make sure I didn't miss anybody over here. Scory Mori, I think I saw you earlier. Thanks again. But thanks for your kind donations today, guys, too. I appreciate it. And I hope you're all doing good. Here, I'm going to, in the live chat, I'm going to leave a link for my new video, just in case there's somebody out there that doesn't know I make videos, didn't know I dropped a new video. That'll also take you to my channel where I do the uncensored KJ's What Happened every Monday at 2 p.m. Central Standard. So if you haven't seen my new video, there's the link for Rumble. Please check it out. Tell your friends. Thanks, Heather, Tom, Rebecca, Lorraine, Ray, L. Ivy, MT Cali, 70, Reigns of Healing, nice name, Kelsey Reese. Good to see y'all. Brand at Rogan's. Is there a UFC fight tonight? Hey, Falker, thanks. Kurt FJ, Shawana84, good to see ya. Furf, Kanga Kong. Love y'all, man. Good to see everybody. Arby's Truth for Yeshua. And Chili Peen, Rusty James, Rachel, JB. Thanks, man. Scory Bory, see you later. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. It's good seeing you. Chris Drick, Scotsman, Mandroid, the Ass Foal. Good to see you, man. Brian Baker. Yeah, guys, so just remember, got a new show on Monday, Rumble, 2 p.m. Central Standard. I'll be doing a live show this Friday. Not sure what it's going to be. Maybe another call-in. I don't know if it's time yet, or I also got to try to reach out to some people who reached out to me. May have some shows there. So I might do a show Thursday night and one Friday this week over here on YouTube. Or here on YouTube. So I'll let you know later this week. Thank you. Also, big shout out to my Rumble Well memberships, y'all, and friends, and Subscribe Star family. I have Patreon out there. Some people that requested that, but anybody who's ever supported the videos and shows in whichever way. I also just went to the P.O. Box recently, so I'll be writing people back this week. So thank you guys so very much. Really, it's a blessing always to hear from you and just for the support. I'm totally supported by the people. I do need your support, so thank you so very much for doing that. Just, Lord bless you, like for real. I pray about y'all too. Pray for you. You're blessed the way you bless me, and just thanks, man. Okay, I won't ramble on about that, but thanks again. Y'all are amazing. I'll see you Monday here on Rumble, and then for sure Friday back on YouTube, here on YouTube, and then maybe Thursday night too. I'm not sure. So, all right, I'll let you know. Love y'all, man. Seriously, take care. Have a great weekend. And I'll see you actually in just a couple days.